Student practicums are challenging. Students are to seek a real client, and together, they solve their clients' problems. A collaboration with Indana Paint CSR has come up with Jodipan, the village of colors. Rexeng goes viral. A lot more to go viral.
We want more. UMM applied laboratories are study places of campus to be accessed. Here are on the long list. UMM General Hospital,
AMF Hospital Sumbawa,
Race Hotel, Kapal Garden Hotel, Rooftop Resto and Cafe, Sengkaling Recreational Park, Rinjani Auto, UMM Energy Gas Station, UMM Dome, Bumi Rinjani Syariah Bank, Micro Hydro Power Plant.
So, what are you waiting for? Let's be the part of this white campus.
Dream, achievement, and inspiration are one of perfect combination.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Alhamdulillah, all praise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for His blessings. So we all can gather here today without any obstacles. And to our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam who brought us to the light path, it is Dinul Islam. Welcome to the Third Health Science International Conference 2022, conducted by the Faculty of Health Science, University of Muhammadiyah, Malang. First, please let me introduce myself. My name is Zidni Iman Rohmah Lubis, who will guide the whole session as Master of Ceremony. In today's event, there will be 4 interesting topics from our honorable speakers and also oral presentation from our participants. Before we start the event, I would like to greet our Honorable First Vice Rector of University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Samsul Arifin, Master of Science. Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning. How are you? Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. And also, I would like to welcome the Dean of Health Science Faculty, Dr. Yoyo P. Prasetyo, Master of Nursing. Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Zidni and Prof. Samsul. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
And our honorable speaker, Mrs. Heni Dwi Susanti, PhD, from University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Associate Professor Fu Sihlai, PhD, from Taipei Medical University, Taiwan. Associate Professor Dr. Komsak Sinsurin, from Faculty of Physical Therapy, Medical University, Thailand. Ms. Aliatul Rosidah, MSc, PhD, from Research Center of Vaccine and Drug National Research and Innovation Agency. Our chairperson, Mrs. Sri Sunaringsi Ika Wardoyo, PhD, and all the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, let me inform the schedule of today's event. The first is opening, continued by Indonesian national anthem, followed by Sang Surya, Holy Quran recitation, event report from our chairperson, opening remark by first Vice Rector of University of Muhammadiyah Malang, and also we have welcome dance from the student of University of Muhammadiyah Malang by UKM Sangsekarta, and then first session of presentation and discussion, and also second session of presentation and discussion, and then duhur pray and lunch break, oral presentation, announcement of best paper and best presenter award, and the last is closing remarks by Dean of Faculty of Health Science, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Ladies and gentlemen, let's sing Indonesian national anthem, followed by Sang Surya. Sang Surya. next agenda is Holy Quran recitation by Melanie. Melanie is our first year nursing student, so to Melanie, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhan nasu taqu rabbakumul ladzi khalaqakum min nafsin wahidatin wa khalaqa minha zawjaha وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلون به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا وآتوا اليتامى أموالهم ولا تتبدلوا الخبيث بالطيب ولا تأكلوا أموالهم إلى أموالكم إنه كان هوبا كبيرا Sadaqallahul azim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you to Melanie. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to the event report by the chairperson by Mrs. Sri Sunaningsih Ika Wardoyo, PhD. To Mrs. Sri Sunaningsih Ika Wardoyo, PhD, time is yours.
Thank you very much for Ms. Sydney for the time, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. the Honorable Vice Rector of Academic Affairs of University Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Syamsul Arifin. Good morning for the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Health Science University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Dr. Yoyo Bekti Prasetyo. And then good morning for all of the honorable guest speaker for our today's conference today. Professor Fuchi Lai from Taipei Medical University, Taiwan, Professor Komsak Sinsurin from Maidol University, Thailand, and Ms. Aliatur Roshidah, PhD from the Research Center for Vaccine and Drug Nation Research and Innovation in Indonesia, and also Ms. Hani Dwi Susanti, PhD from Faculty of Health Science, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. And also good morning to our distinguished guest for today's conference, Professor Toshiko Fumisawa from Hirosaki University, Japan. And also our honorable participants today. Thank you very much for attending this conference, for all of the academic, professional, and students who come in today. And ladies and gentlemen, please allow me in this opportunity to welcome all of you by first praying our grateful and praise to the Almighty God for all of His blessing, grace, and mercy that have made us possible to gather in this room in excellent condition and health. And also, please allow me to welcome all of you in this conference today, that our participants who has attend this conference, there will be 138 participants and 53 presenters in our conference. Dear keynote speaker, distinguished guests, and participants, welcome aboard to the third Health Science International Conference held by Faculty Health Science University of Muhammadiyah Malang. And this is our third conference, which is held biannually, with our theme for our conference this year is about the recent innovations in health practice, education, and research. This conference is aimed on enhancing the quality of healthcare with the latest interventions and innovations in health. I do really hope that all of you will enjoy for our today's conference and get all of valuable information shared by all of our valuable speakers today. And at last, to all of our distinguished guests and participants, thank you very much for being here. Welcome, and please enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mrs. Sunaningsih Kawardoyo, PhD. And now I would like to invite our first Vice Rector, Professor Syamsul Arifin, Master of Science, to deliver the opening remarks. To Professor Syamsul Arifin, Master of Science, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Ziti Limanur Rahma Lubis. Yeah, you are from the West Sumatra?
Yes,
You are from Sumatera Barat? Yes.
So North
because,
Sumatra.
Yes, because there is the last name, yeah. I think it's the kind of the farm in the west of Sumatra. Once again, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very good morning to all of audience, to all of the participants. Innalhamdulillah. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah, asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'dah. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amin. Amma ba'du. The honorable speakers, I would like to mention, say hello one by one. I will start to Ibu Hani, yeah. Hani Dwi Susanti, the great speaker from our faculty, yeah. And the associate professor, the Honorable Fuchi Lai, yeah, PhD he is or she is?
Si, Prof.
She, yeah, she.
It's my professor
She.
at Taipei Medical University, Taiwan, Professor.
Yeah, from Taipei Medical University, or TMU in Taiwan. And honorable speakers, Komsak Sinsurin,
Professor Komsak
PhD
Sinsurin,
from
Professor. Yes.
Mahidol University. Komsak Sinsurin,
Komsak
yeah.
Sinsurin. Yes, that's right.
I'm so
Professor.
sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me because I feel difficult to express the pronunciation. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Komsak, yeah, from the Mahidol University. Maybe the Thailand people also will face the difficult when they want to pronounce my name, maybe. And then Aliyatul Rashida from Research Center and Innovation Agency. Thank you for all of the invited speaker. And the Honorable Dean, Pak Dr. Yoyo, Bekti Prasetyo, and all of the Vice Dean in the Faculty of the Health Science, and the Honorable, all of Head of Department in the Faculty of the Health Science, and ladies and gentlemen, the dear of the participant. First of all, let me express my gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, because Allah always bestow the blessing, bestow the health to us, so that we can gather in the conference, even though the conference holds online, virtually. Yeah. Maybe in the next years, 2003 or 2004, we can hold the conference at least hybrid here. At least hybrid. Is combine it between online or offline. And secondly, as we read in the backdrop here, that the conference in today is the third year's conference held by the Faculty of Health Science. One again is the conference is the third year. I would like to give the highlights here. Yeah, I would like to give the highlights here. Held by the Faculty of Health Science. So I would like to express my highest appreciation to all the parties, such as the deans and all of the heads of department in the Faculty of Health Science, and the committee for their good collaboration, for their good work, so that they can maintain this kind of the conference until it can enter it is in that years. Yeah. I think is good reputation, I think, because as we know, to have the international conference is something challenging, because not only because we not only think about how to help the conference, but we also have to think about the output and outcome. Yeah, because if it's just have the conference, I think it's very easy. But if we think about how to manage again the paper until can publish in the as a proceeding that indexed by the by the international reputation indexing, I think is not easy. So once again, my highest appreciation to all of parties in the faculty of the health science, because you all can maintain the great academic tradition until that years, 30 years, like this conference. And finally, I hope we all here can take some beneficial to the conference, such as we can develop the communication with another scientist, we can expose the new finding of our research, and so on and so on. So I think we can take some beneficial from this conference. And I think is that all my opening remark. Thank you for all the attention from of you, and let's begin. Let's start this conference by saying Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay. Once again, that's all my opening remark. I would like to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The time and second, I will back again to Ibu Sydney. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Syamsul Arifin, for the opening remarks. Now, to welcome our honorable guests and participants, we would like to present traditional dance by UKM Sangsekerta from University of Muhammadiyah Malang. But before that, I would like to introduce UKM Sangsekerta is one of the student activity unit at the University of Muhammadiyah Malang, which is engaged in dance and also karawitan as traditional instrument. And they have won third national champion when dancing this menjing dance. And about the menjing dance, it's originally from Banyuwangi, East Java, and this dance depicts the friendly attitude of the female figure, and is inspired by the Jejer dance, which was formerly used as a sign to Dewi Sri, who is goddess of rice, who bring prosperity to the community. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome menjing dance performed by UKM Sangsekerta from University of Muhammadiyah Malang.
sugih diane karya leman sira Beng. Dasar sira mula lare manje.
Okay, give applause to all dancers who have a great performance by UKM Sangsekarta. Now we are going to continue the next agenda. That is our first plenary session. Before the moderator takes over this event, I will introduce our moderator for the first session. Miss Olivia Fresca Dwi Marta is one of our nursing lecturer who is graduate from Taipei Medical University, Taiwan. So without any further ado, Miss Olivia Fresca Dwi Marta, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Sydney. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Respectable Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Health Sciences, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, the Honorable, the Chair Lady of the Third Health Science International Conference, the Honorable all guest speakers, and all participants of this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for preparing yourself to join the Third Health Science International Conference. I am Olivia Fresca Dwi Marta, the moderator of today's seminar, and I'm very pleased to greeting you here and welcome all of you to this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, our speakers today for the first plenary session are Mrs. Henny Dwi Susanti, philosopher doctor, and Professor Fu Qilai from Taiwan. Before the presentation begins, I will read Dr. Henny Dwi Susanti's curriculum vitae. Dr. Henny Dwi Susanti is a lecturer and researcher in the Department of Nursing, Faculty of Health Sciences, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. She received her doctorate degree from Taipei Medical University, Taiwan, and master degree of nursing from University of Indonesia. Dr. Henny Dwi Susanti also published several articles to international journals during 2019 to 2022 regarding women health and psychometric properties. Before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First, Dr. Henny Dwi Susanti will be invited to present the material. And after that, the second speaker, Professor Fu Qilai, will deliver his presentation. In the end, there will be question and answer session and followed by the conclusion. Now, allow me to welcome the speaker, Mrs. Henny Dwi Susanti, philosopher doctor, to deliver her presentation about psychometric properties of the healthcare questionnaire across the nation. The Dr. Henny Dwi Susanti, the time and the screen is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Olivia. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mrs. Henny.
Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Vice Rector Prof. Syamsul Arifin, Honorable the Dean Faculty of Health Science, Dr. Yalt Magister, Specialist of Community, Honorable Speaker Prof. Chile from Taipei Medical University, Taiwan, and friend Prof. Toshiko Furumisama from Japan, and then Honorable Speaker Prof. Tin Shurin, Thailand, Honorable Speaker Dr. Rosida, and participants. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today I will present my material. It's about psychometric properties of the healthcare questionnaire across nations. Next. The outline of this topic, I will explain about the introduction, and then reliability, validity, cultural adaptation, and publication. Next. Till now, we have seen what are psychometric tests and how many different kinds of tests there are. We have also seen that there are different ways to classify psychometric tests. In this subject or in this material, we will see how to know if a test is a good test. And all psychometric tests are instruments of measurement, and regardless of how they are classified or probed, the most display measurement characteristics. These measurement characteristics for psychometric tests are called psychometric properties. Let's look at the learning objectives of this subject. The subject aims and demonstrates what psychometric properties really are and why we should care about them. We will learn about two major psychometric properties which are applicable across all kinds of psychometric tests. The next. I said earlier, psychometric tests are instruments of measurement, and the psychometric properties are the characteristics of tests which allow us to see how good a test is. Psychometric properties provide an answer to some fundamental questions about measurement capacity of the test in question, and also that tell us how consistent is the test in measuring what is measured. They also tell us if the test is really measured, what is supposed to be measuring. And finally, they tell us what number can be called as low, medium, or high score on a given test. Next slide. Do you know why we have to learn or study about the psychometric properties? Okay, I'm sorry, I have to change my headset. I think my headset is not clear. I'm Raj, Miss Olivia.
A little bit.
Hello, Miss Olivia.
Yes. Wait. Hello, Miss Olivia. Can you hear me? Yes, we can.
It's
hear
clear?
very clear. Yes.
Oh,
very
okay,
clear.
thank you. So sorry about it.
It's okay.
Okay, okay, I will continue my presentation. Before looking into the psychometric properties, let's think among why do we need to know different properties, and why can it be as simple as measuring temperature using a thermometer? And the primary reason behind the need to look at multiple psychometric properties is that the construct measured by psychometric tests are intangible and complex. And we know that they are not simple. They are not easy to verifiable things like height, weight, temperature, and pressure. How can you use a non-verbal reasoning ability or detailed consciousness? These concepts are far more complex than temperature. We need to look at multiple indicators to ascertain the quality of a tool measuring complex psychological characteristics. And secondly, psychometric tests have a social and psychological impact. They are used as a source of information for taking important decisions about people. What we can say on the basis of psychometric tests is subject to scrutiny by professional and legal aspect. And therefore, that's why being sure about the quality of the test becomes even more important when it comes to psychometric tests. And And we know that psychometric properties give the required confidence in proper use of the test. So let's look at the two main psychometric properties. The next slide. And there I have two K of psychometric properties. Firstly, is about the reliability. And then secondly, is about the validity. Let's take them one by one. First, properly tell us how consistent test is in measuring across multiple times. This property concerns with repeatability of the result. If the same test is administered on the same candidate again and again, so this property is called reliability. And there are different kinds of reliabilities, but all of them share the common meaning of consistency of measurement. Secondly, psychometric properties tell us if the test is really measuring what it claims to measure. It is called validity. In every day, we know that physical measurement of weight, length, and temperature, this property is not even looked at as the physical measurement are tangible and verifiable. But in the psychological or mental or health field measurement, it becomes very important to examine or to test if the test is measuring what it's supposed to measure. The next slide, please. Okay, I will try to explain about the reliability. You know that the reliability is the when the measurement tool consistent, give the same answer. Do you think test yield consistent result? I don't think so. So let's talk about that. Next slide, please. For example, I think all of you at the night very sleepy. I'm right, Miss Olivia. At the next, after you work a whole day and then you have to do some job, you have to finish your task and something and other tasks. I think at the night, maybe around 10 or 11 p.m., you look tired and you look so sleepy. It means that when you wake up in the morning and you step on the scale, I know that most of women, they're always worried with their weight. Am I right? For example,
Ma'am, sorry. Hello, Mrs. Henny?
hello, Miss Sofia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, oh, it's interested about the weight because we talk about weight. That's why my connection internet is not good.
Sorry, Mrs. Henny. I think there is a problem in your mix, so wait for the committee to come to there.
It's okay? It's okay?
Yes, now it's okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, I have to repeat again.
Okay, it's okay. Sorry for the inconvenience.
There I have many problems, but we can solve it, okay? When you wake up in the morning and you step on the scale, it reads 120. Sorry. Can you, next slide, please? Next slide, please. Yes, and again. Yes, again. Okay, next. Again, yes. Okay, when you wake up in the morning and you step on the scale, it is around 120 weights. 20 weights you think is too low. Oh my God, 120 is too low. For me, it's overweight, you know. And you step off the scale and back on again, and it reads around 140, and you will thinking, oh, what happened with my weight? I think before my weight is around 120, but why now it's 140? Oh, okay, well, that's better. However, just to be sure, you step off and back on for a third time. This time the scale is 110. Oh my goodness, my weight was decreased. Oh, it's great. I had to break the bad news, but your scale is not reliable. It means that when you measure 3 times, first time your weight is around 140, and then second time is around 120, and then the last time, the third time is 110. It means that's not reliable. You understand what I mean? I think so. You very understand, because I know that you are very smart and expert. Okay. Reliability is the extent to which a measurement tool gives consistent result. If your scale read 140 every time you step on it, it will be reliable. However, notice that scale doesn't have to be right to be reliable. It just has to produce consistent result. For example, if your scale read 100 every single time, when you step on it, when you want to measure your weight in the scale, but you really weight around 140, it means that your scale is reliable, even though it's not correct. The next slide, please. Next. Okay, what I said before, that the scale is not good, it means that different value, different count, because 3 scale, it means that the same people who want to measure his scale in this measurement, but the result is very different. It's 100, 184, and 137. So it means that it's not reliable. The next slide, please. And another example, the next. When you want to shut down, or you want to shut one target, here. And then next, here. Okay. However, your target is not good, because you want to shoot down in the yellow target. I think so. And then the result like this. The next. Yeah. The next. Yes. And the result like this. So it means that the result unreliable. Okay. The next. The next. How about with this one? Do you think it's reliability? Yeah, I think so. The next. Because when we want to shoot the target, the result is the same place, and then they're reliable in the your shoot. So I think it's reliable. Next, this one also, this is a reliability. Okay, next. My son is okay. Okay. And then there I have some way, or there I have some how I can say reliability to measure. Firstly is test retest reliability, and then secondly is internal consistency reliability, and then the last is inter-rater reliability. Hello guys, do you know what test retest reliability? I think so. Most of you, I know that, but I want to explain even you know. Okay. Firstly, test retest reliability. Used to measure consistency of score over time for the same person, and reliable tests should yield or measure similar score over time. And also, when we want to measure test retest reliability, we have to measure with the same test. However, the time is so different. And then second is about the internal consistency reliability. This reliability used to see if responses to a set of similar items are uninformed, I mean consistent. And then how we know that the result internal consistency reliability is very good? So we have to measure and we have to using coefficient alpha. So if the result of the coefficient alpha more than 0.7, it means that the reliability is good. And then the last is inter-rater reliability, used to measure the consistency of rating across multiple raters. And then for inter-rater reliability, in order for a scoring method to be reliable, independent ratings by multiple judges should be highly similar. Okay, next slide. The second of the secondary properties is we call validity. You know, validity is the extent to which a measurement will measure what is supposed to measure. Do you think your test actually measure what is designed to measure? I'm not sure. Okay, let me talk about it. Next slide, please. Oh, what happened? I think because of COVID. I don't think so. Maybe because of many job or work. So you look so so tired. Next slide. Next. Okay, stop it. Imagine that you wake up in the morning with a cold and you got cough and then sneezing and just generally feeling vomit or it's not comfort with your body. And you thinking, maybe you have a fever. Oh, maybe I have COVID-19. Oh my goodness, I don't think so. I don't want to be COVID. Oh, I don't want to be good. I don't want to get it. Sorry. But you are not sure. You get out of your thermometer and stick in your mouth. But when you take it out, the thermometer reaches 72 degrees Celsius. Do you think it makes sense? I don't think so. Because we know that the normal of the thermometer, the normal of the body temperature is around 36.5 until 37.5. I think so. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. Which is the temperature in your house, not temperature of your body, I think, because it's 72 degrees Celsius. It means that it's like a temperature of your room or your school or something like that. In the healthcare, there are many different tools used to measure something such as knowledge and then menopause rating scale, and then it's like the other scale, for example, depression, anxiety, stress scale is we call it DAS-21 or DAS-40, I think. And then BDI, Back Depression Index, is this scale to know how about with the psychological, how about with the depression, how the anxiety for the person or the patient. And also the other scale, maybe most of you ever use it. We call it PSQI. PSQI is a scale for measure of the sleep quality. And then the other scale also we call it MSPSS. This scale to measure social support. And so on, because we know that there are many questionnaires, there are many scales in the world, especially in Indonesia. However, most of researchers are not aware, because we never test it by validity and reliability. We never use it by psychometric properties. That's why I have to explain about it, because we have to increase our psychometric properties in our world, because there are many psychometric properties in other world. It's like Taiwan and then Japan and then Africa, America, and other countries. Okay, the next slide, please. Okay, I said before that it's like the value is 72 degrees Celsius is not valid. This are just a few of the many different tools used in psychological measurement. But what happens when a tool doesn't measure what it's supposed to measure? So it means that the temperature or the thermometer is not supposed to measure what we want to measure. And then validity is the extent to which a measurement will measure what is supposed to measure. Remember, your thermometer is measuring the room temperature, not your body temperature. Since it's supposed to be measuring your body temperature, and the thermometer is not valid. in the case of the thermometer, we can easily see why validity is important. Without it, we don't know what our body temperature is. But what about in the case psychological measurement or in the health measurement or health tools that we used before? Next slide, please. The next. So there I have the next again. Yes, again. Okay, next. Okay, there are image below is validity. Do you think it's validity or not? What do you think? How about with the image of the image one? Oh, I think it's unreliable and unvalid. Yeah, and then the second image is valid and reliable. So both of them valid and reliable because the dot or the dot or the start in the target. And then the last is reliable but not valid. Why? Because the dot is not in the right place in the target. Okay, I will give you answer. The next slide, please. This is okay. I think it's clear because I already explained it before. The next slide, please. Next. 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 Okay, the next slide. Okay, there have some way to measure validity. Firstly, face validity. Do you know what is mean face validity? Face is like my face, so no, not beautiful, but it's good looking, I think. Sorry, just kidding. Okay, face validity. Second one is content validity. Third is criterion related validity, and the last is construct validity. You know, face validity refers to whether the instrument looks like it's measuring the target construct, and then the content validity concerns the degree to which an instrument has an appropriate sample of item for the construct. And also, content validity measure the degree of test ability to measure the scope of the substance of the element to be measured. And the third validity is criterion-related validity. An instrument is said to have criterion-related validity if its score correlated highly with score on an external criteria. And then the last is construct validity. That I did before to my scale is about menopause rating scale, and then I will be explain to you what is construct validity. You know that construct validity that I have some step or analysis. Firstly, is about factor analysis, and then it's about convergent validity, and then we can analyze about the discriminality, and then also we can check that I have good construct validity or not. So how we have to analyze it? I will explain it later. Okay, the next slide, please. And before we do validity and reliability, we have to do cultural adaptation because it's like in my topic, in my title, that secondary property of healthcare across nation. So it means that before we analyzes our scale, target scale, we have to know where come from this questionnaire, this scale. So we have to know where is the country and then what the language of this scale. And cultural adaptation, that I have 6 steps. Firstly is translation, secondly synthesis, third back translation, fourth expert committee review, and then 5 pre-testing, and the last is submission of document. And the next slide. Okay, can you see my slide? This is that I have two paper or 2 articles. Firstly is contract validity of the menopause rating scale in Indonesia, and then secondly is validation of the menopause rating scale in Serbian language. You know, contract validity, why I did this scale? Because I know that there is no scale of the menopause symptoms in Indonesia. That's why I tried to analysis of the menopause rating scale in Indonesia, and I analysis about menopause rating scale. However, I have to know which country that they have original language. And so we can see in the abstract. Okay, I analysis about the construct validity and then exploratory factor analysis, and also I try to analysis of CFA or confirmatory factor analysis. Two of them is part of factor analysis, and the result is very good. That's why this scale of the menopause rating scale is very acceptable construct validity for evaluate menopause rating scale or menopause symptoms in Indonesian women. Next slide, please. Okay, this is about translation and validation of the depression, anxiety, stress scale for menopause women in Indonesia. First article is to measure menopause symptoms, and then second article to measure of depression, anxiety, stress. So, hello guys, if you have problem about the psychological, you can use my article and don't forget to cite it. Okay, citation. Okay. This is about depression, anxiety, stress, and scale. And then SMS with before, SMS with the previous article. However, there I have some difference, but not too much. So I try to analyze only confirmatory factor analysis, not EFA. And then the result, that I have satisfactory validity and reliability for detect psychological symptoms, especially of the depression, anxiety, stress. Okay, next slide, please. The third validity is about the validity and reliability of the spiritual care competency scale for oncology nurse in Taiwan. So around 2022, before I graduate from the TMU, I tried to analyze of the competency of the nurse, especially oncology nurse, and the result is very good because the result is very applicable and satisfactory. And also this article using some psychometric properties. Firstly, they use CVI, content validity index, and then also they use exploratory factor analysis, and also they use CFA, and also they use test-retest reliability. Okay, next slide, please. Oh, reference. Okay, guys, I think it's enough. I think my presentation is enough. Okay, please, Miss Olivia, hold it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Heni Dwi Susanti, for giving us such informative and wonderful presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next speaker, Professor Fuji Lai. Beforehand, I will read his curriculum vitae. Okay, Professor Fuji Lai is the first Taiwanese male nurse who gets PhD degree of nursing, currently resides in Taipei, Taiwan. He received his doctorate degree from Kent State University and master degree from nursing from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio, United States of America. In nursing education field, Professor Lai currently is a faculty that teach medical, surgical, emergency, disaster nursing, and long-term care for undergraduate students, as well as advanced physical assessment, nursing theory, healthcare management, and healthcare delivery system for international graduate students. He also has published several articles to the international journals regarding nursing care, disaster, and nursing management. And he also had received grant from Ministry of Health and Welfare for disability research, as well as grant supported by the Ministry of Science and Technology for disaster nursing research. In nursing management, he has involved with quality nursing work environment project and nursing workforce reform program funded by Taiwan Ministry of Health and Welfare. In leadership field, Professor Lai actively serves as a general supervisor of Taiwan International Classification of Functioning Health and Disability Research Society and the deputy chair of Disaster Nursing Committee, Taiwan Nurses Association since 2012. He also served as a consultant of the two municipal Medical Dispute Resolution Committee and Disability Welfare Committee in Taiwan. Professor Lai also cooperated with several hospitals conducting researches in China on nursing management, quality improvement, and patient safety, as well as universities of Kobe and Hirosaki in Japan for using VR in dementia and radiation disaster research. Before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First, Professor Lai will be invited to present the material, and after that, there will be the question and answer session. Now, allow me to welcome the speaker, Professor Fuji Lai, to deliver his presentation about the integration of AI and big data with the EHR for decision-making support in nursing care, Taiwanese experience in patient safety and care quality improvement. Professor Lai, time and screen is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. This is my honor to have such honorable opportunities to share my knowledge about the artificial intelligence, big data, and electronic health record. After I have a very short introduction of Taiwan and Taipei Medical University, I will share my PowerPoint with you. So I want to make sure, is my voice low or is the volume too high? I want to make sure the audience auditory quality. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Professor, it's very clear.
Okay, now let's go on. So as my basic understanding of Indonesia, actually I just line my uncle, my sixth uncle, he lives in Malang. So he is operating a factory, a furniture factory. So I told him that I have a speech in University of Malang. He told me that will be 400 kilometers away from the place he lives. So he told me, hey, you are in Malang, so let me drive to see you. I told him that I'm in Taiwan. So I'm going to have an online speech, but surely in the future, after the COVID-19 has getting more settled down, I would like to have the opportunity to go to Malang to see all of you and also visit my uncle that I never visit his furniture factory and also the place he lives. So now let's move to my speech. So let me share the screen with you. Wow. Okay, so today my topic. Oh, excuse me, can our host allow me to share my screen?
Okay, Professor.
Or you can play that for me. So, or you can play my PPT that I already sent you.
Okay, Professor. So the committee said that Professor now is a house.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So I got it.
You're welcome.
Yes. All right, now. Okay, hold on. Okay, now can you see the full screen?
I think it's split with the presenter view. So maybe Professor can
Okay,
change.
so let me change it. Let me change
Okay.
it to let me switch it. Hold on. Sorry for inconvenience. Let me switch to the right. Okay, so let me do this again. Okay, can you see it now? I think it's on now. Okay, so can everyone see my slide?
Okay, Professor.
Okay.
It's okay.
So yeah, so today in my presentation, I have 6 keywords. On the left side, there will be the artificial intelligence, big data, and electronic health record. And we will integrate AI, big data, and EHI together for decision-making support for nursing care. Why this is important for our nurses? As my understanding, our audience, they are nursing students, they might be faculties, they might be clinicians working in hospitals. So when we are providing nursing care, when we look at the traditional way, we always have to flip on the nursing document. There will be a very thick file of charts. So you just have to flip, and you just cannot find the information you want. So through electronic health record, we can find whatever you want by control find or by the design of the infrastructure of your health record. So I will share with you how Taiwan we are doing this, the integration of AI, big data, and electronic health record. And you might ask why we have to use the EHR and why we have to integrate it into clinical decision making. For what? For another 2 keywords on the right side of my PPT. That will be patient safety and care quality. So now let me give you a little bit brief way and an overview of the electronic health record. So before I go on the electronic health record, the EHR, I will explain the background of Taiwan, why we can develop the EHR smoothly. In Taiwan, I think Hanny also know that when she was the student in Taiwan, she was covered by a national health insurance system. So in Taiwan, over 99.9% of the whole population we covered by national health insurance. So we go to the hospital by using our card. So you can receive the care and you only need to pay partial self-pay. So all of the information, they have to be integrated. So the hospitals, they want to use the electronic health record for charting, for billing, because the government have to pay hospital money. So this is a very fundamental reason we developed the EHR. But even that, many hospitals, maybe back to two decades ago, they still use the paper document. It's very inconvenient for nurses or even for doctors, for dietitians, for rehabilitation, or for our physical therapist or occupational therapist. All of them, all of the multidisciplinary professionals, is very inconvenient. Can you imagine that we have one big book of the patient's chart, and everyone want to see that. Everyone's competing. So you can always hear in the nursing station, someone is shouting, say, hey, where is the Mr. Big's chart? I want to see that. Give it to me. Who get it? Right? I think our students might have this experience right now. But with EHR, no. You just find a computer, sit down, use your username and a password, log in, and you can see the EHR. So we can say, when we are doing a group discussion, you might ask other professionals, are we on the same page? Yes, but when you use paper chart, are we on the same page? No, you must see the same chart. Otherwise, you will not be able to see the same page from different locations. So the EHR, when in the future, if Indonesia hospitals or our students, you want to have the improvement of the EHR and the AI and the big data. There are 5W, 1H questions you have to ask yourself. And also when you are the one who work in a hospital using the big data and AI, you'll be able to see that. So first one, what information you want to put in EHR? So I want to ask you, so anyone put your answer in the typing in the chat room. So what you want to put in the EHR? Patient identification, vital signs, maybe your family's contact information. What else? I want to know the lab data. I want to know when is the schedule operation. I want to know the outcome. I want to know the chart documented by anesthesiologist, because the patient might develop the post operation delirium, the PAD, post anesthesia delirium. I want to know. So I want to see this from the computer. So where I can put the EHR in the computer, they might on the cloud, in the online. So if you go to the nursing station, you might pull a very big, very expensive nursing card. And you might also use your iPad or your pad, or you can use your cell phone to provide your patients health information or health education by looking at their charts together. So can you imagine that you are looking at your patient's document together with the patient? This will enhance our cooperations and patient participation in their own care. And you might also want to ask who has the accessibility to the EHR? Not nurses, not only nurses. Nurses can see that. So doctors. So let me ask our audience, in your hospital, does doctor look at your nursing chart? In Taiwan, yes, because nurses, they are the only professionals who contact the patient at all time, 24/7. Doctors know they don't see the patients all the time. So if doctors want to know our patient's response, I want to know our patient's information, their status, they must look at the nursing chart or ask nurses before they approach to the patient. And you might ask why I had to use EHR. Sometimes we need to know the typing, and when on our transformation from paper chart to electronic back to maybe 1 decade ago, some nurses, they complain because they think they might increase their workload. But actually, after we implemented, we found that in turn, no, it saves your time a lot. So the reason why you use EHR, you have to consider it. What's the best balance of the cost effectiveness? However, by looking at Taiwanese experience, it's very, very cost effectiveness value that we implement EHR, because it has unexpected benefit to our patient safety and the quality of care. And when you want to implement EHR, should I implement all of them in one time, or I can do it gradually? So if I want to do it step by step, what might be my first step? What might be my next step? And when you can have accessibility to EHR, do I have a full accessibility, or I have a partial accessibility? And how to develop EHR? I think that will be the biggest challenge for all of our audience to consider and to think how to integrate it in the future. And after EHR, you might ask next question, so what? I have EHR, so I got a computer to use, I have a nursing card to use, and then what does this bring benefit to me, or to our patient, or even to our hospital? So your next step is digging out the big data from your EHR. EHR has unbelievable big data you will be able to use. And also by aggregating, organizing, and integrating the big data, you can develop the AI. So allow me to have a little bit of advertisement for Taipei Medical University. In our university, we have the master program specifically focused on artificial intelligence. So I already have several friends, 2 friends, they are nurse practitioners currently working in the hospital that I'm doing my clinical practicum right now. They all complete their AI master program, and they have the capability to aggregate the data, and by writing to using the software to aggregating the information from big data to develop the AI. And I will explain detail in the following slides. So through the big data and AI, we definitely have to use blockchain. I think many of you might be strange to think, what is blockchain? If you heard about a Bitcoin, Bitcoin is another type of monetary when we use the exchange of the monetary. So the Bitcoin is quite famous, but they use the technology of blockchain. So blockchain will integrate with the big data and AI. There's another issue. We are not going to talk about this today. That's about the security and the interoperability. But we integrate EHR, big data, and AI for what? For clinical decision-making support system for nurses, and not only for nurses, for doctors, for PT, OT, for all of the clinicians on what target on our patient to improve their patient safety and the quality of care. So right now we got the EHR, we got the AI, we got the big data. We integrate it into clinical decision-making support system for all of the professionals who provide care to the patient. So they can be used on several dimensions. For example, we can use it on nursing workforce. So today, let me ask you, if you are head nurse or you are a nursing supervisor, or even you are the CNO, Chief Nursing Officer, how can I determine how many nurses work in day shift, evening shift, or even night shift? And even we have a COVID-19 pandemic, we got more and more nurses themselves, they were infected by COVID-19. So how should I shift those workload to other unit? And how can I isolate, or how can I implement the quarantine without influencing my workload of the nurses? So the CDSS that will help you to make decisions on the allocation of your nursing workforce. And also they can be used on patient safety. For example, I think every nurses want to know when my patient might collapse, because right now my patient just received a cardiac surgery or just received a pacemaker, but I want to be sure that the pacemaker works well, or I want to know in how long time my patient might collapse, and then I can have the advanced intervention to prevent it. For example, infection or sepsis. Those are important issues for patient safety. Don't even mention about the patient fall. So the CDSS system will help you on those patient safety issues. And also on nursing process, I think all of nurses around the world, we all learn that assessment, diagnosis, making nursing plan, and then we implement, and then we evaluate, then we do another cycle of nursing process. So CDSS will help you what component you have to put in nursing process and how you go through the whole process by designing the algorithm in the process. And we always heard about the precision medicine. That means on what content we have to devote what level of nursing care. So we want to make it precise, right? So if we have a precision medicine, how about precision nursing? At what time I should check what frequency of vital signs to provide what level of support or what level of nursing care to my patient with certain level of nursing workforce. That is the very easy example of precision nursing that we can be helped by using the CDSS. And of course, the care outcome. We want to integrate the care outcome reflecting back to our CDSS system to make sure with sufficient nursing workforce, with the balance of patient safety, that we adapt that into nursing process, that we can meanwhile improve our care quality. So those are the very basic concept for CDSS along with AI, EHR, and the big data. So Right now, let me give you a very brief way of the EHR. So EHR, as I have mentioned before, is a digital version of patient paper chart. But is that easy? No. This is not only a digital version of patient paper chart that also facilitate your integration of all of those information that you charting on the paper before. Now it turn to be lots of information in the cloud that all of the different disciplinaries that can use at the same time. And also in the EHR, they will automate and streamline for multidisciplinary workflows. So for instance, when is the time that I can consult our dietitian or nutritionist for our patient to give them a healthy dietary education? I think all nurses, they want to know. And also, when is the time we consult our physical therapist or our occupational therapist to help our cardiovascular disease patients to have early intervention of the rehabilitation? I think the EHR also provide a platform that facilitate those consultations. And the EHR also provides the real-time and most importantly, the patient-centered records that make all of those information available instantly. For example, when we are doing the charting with paper, you might want to think, I want to finish all my work, then I can sit down, drink a coffee, drink a tea, a little bit chat with my colleagues, then I start writing the chart. But this has a potential risk because you might miss the timing and you might have not be able to write all of the record instantly by correct time and second. But with the EHR, you can do charting in the real time, and also meanwhile other professionals, they will be able to see what you have documented in the real time. So for instance, the doctor's in his office and you are in a nursing station. If doctor wants to know how is the patient's response to the medicine that doctor just prescribed from your charting, from your EHR, he will be able to know in another office that he doesn't need to come to the nursing office to look at the same chart, the paper chart with you. And all of those that I have just mentioned about EHR will allow you to have the access to evidence-based tool. We keep talking about evidence-based. So what is evidence? They are not only the literature review, not only the clinical trial, they're also the data and the information that are imported by other professionals. For example, your patient has the anemia, so you are going to do the blood transfusion. So in order to do blood transfusion, you have to do the cross matching from your blood type, the Rh positive or negative, and also you want to know, is there any lab data to show you the patient's current physical status? So those are evidence. So by using those evidence-based laboratory information, you will be able to see how to provide a safe blood transfusion to your patient. How can we make it possible? By using the EHR. So those are examples and very brief introduction of EHR. So in EHR, after the EHR, I am going to talk about big data. So big data, you might have one question: how big is big enough, right? So those are 10 characteristics you can consider in big data. Not necessarily those characteristics will apply to all of the big data in your hospital or in the EHR. You might consider in with the different characteristics. So for example, similar like Henny just gave to us for validity in her study. So validity means your data quality. And they can use for the governance, master data, management of massive data. So you have to think, is this valid? Is this the real data? And we always have one idiom say about garbage in, garbage out. If the data you input or you aggregate from EHR, they are not real, they're garbage. Can you make garbage into gold? Maybe, but for healthcare data, no. Because you already make some wrong information or some invalid data, then those information come out will not be valid. So validity is one very important characteristic of the big data. Second one, variability, because patients, they are evolving, it's dynamic. whatever information we collect from our patient, they are moving, it's dynamic. So the EHR and the big data we aggregate or we collect from EHR, they have to be sure there are different variabilities. So this will provide you a very dynamic information for you to make response to patients' instant change of their status. Third one is the venue. The venue is about distributed heterogeneous. So like the big data you aggregate, they are from different platforms. Like I just mentioned, we collect information from doctors, from nurses, from PTOT, from dietitians. So all of those different menus that we collect the data from different platforms will facilitate our multidisciplinary team discussion. So when our patient have some issues that need different professionals to discuss together, or we call a cross team or multidisciplinary team work, the big data will facilitate this. And we have to understand where we get those big data from different menu and vocabulary. So, sometimes when we are doing a qualitative study, or sometimes we are doing the data, they are semantics. So, for example, we have a word data mining. You want to mine some data from patients' expression, like their oral presentation, or the patients expressed from different way in addition to numbers. So there are vocabulary that we have to think, and also from different disciplinary. For example, I am a nurse. I will talk to the computer science scientist. We use different language. Doctors might have a different terminology. Dietitian might have a different terminology. So we might talk with different terminology, but we have to be sure we are communicating with the same language. So when we are input the big data, we have to be sure that the data you input, that I understand what you are inputting. So that is a very important characteristics of big data. Then vagueness. Sometimes some data they are vague, but this will be an issue for AI, because if you want to develop, you put all of the big data into the algorithm for developing the AI. Sometimes they are outliers. If you are doing the study, for example, if the average is 10, then if your standard deviation may be 10 plus a negative 10 plus and minus 2. So there'll be 12 or 8. But some outlier, it might be 2 or 20. So that will increase the vagueness of the big data. So you also have to be careful on those outlier data and the value. We always say, if you have lots of data, but if you didn't transform into useful information, you'll be DRIP, DRIP. What is DRIP? They are data rich, but information poor. So even you have big data without useful transformation into useful information, those big data will not be useful. And veracity will be the data accuracy. The veracity and the validity, they are somehow similar, but they are still different. But because validity requires the validate. So for example, by using the National Health Insurance Data Bank in Taiwan, we require the validation from different organizations or from our Bureau of National Health Insurance. So it's somehow different, but they are still have a similar concept. And variety, this means your data can be collected from different type. So for example, in the full risk assessment, you will assess patients' ADL, IADL, muscle strength, their auditory, their vision, the medication they use. So in those overall data, there are different varieties. So in your big data, you also have to look at variety. And velocity means how fast you can collect the data, how fast you can generate the data. So sometimes if this is related to patients' life-threatening status or patients' status change, they are so fast, then you have to mention about the validity of the big data. Finally, is the volume. Like I say, is bigger and better? Well, that might not be necessary, but you also have to look at the sample size, because if you want to use big data into AI to make decision support, you have to be sure those data you collect, they have significant prediction power, or there are significantly differences among them. So the volume is also a very important issue. So after I introduce you 10 characteristics of big data, let me give you another example of the big data in EHR. So I want you to think. Right now, you already have a EHR, and what type of big data you want to aggregate or you want to dig out from the EHR. So there might be nursing sensitive data. So ask yourself, what are nursing sensitive data? Your hand hygiene, nursing process, nursing diagnosis. But doctors has their diagnosis. Mostly they use ICD-10. So for nurses, what diagnosis you use? You might use NANDA-I, or you might use ICMP, right? International Classification of Nursing Practice. So different countries, they use different systems, but those are big data that you can integrate or you can aggregate in your EHR. So they have to be nursing sensitive data, and then it will be multidisciplinary. So you collect the data from dietitian, PT, OT, doctors, or social worker, or psychologist. And why? We want to put the nursing sensitive and multidisciplinary because we can use the big data in EHR for team resource management. So if the hospital has a certain resource, and through the team, how we allocate without repeating using the resource. So we can have the best efficiency of the resource management and resource utilization. And with TRM, which is very popular in Taiwan, we can also have shared decision making. Remember, I told you, we can look at the patient's chart together with the patient, tell the patient how is your progress together with them. So in nursing, in cancer care, we can share the decision making together with the patient, together with other disciplinaries, and together with the family. For what? For we can make the best decision that is patient-centered for their own care. So this is example, we put a big data with the EHR. And the 5B, I think mostly they are 5 characteristics we have more emphasis in the big data and EHR. In addition to the 10, I think I have introduced those, so I will not repeat this again in this slide. So after big data, after EHR, we are going to talk about AI. Many of you might think, well, AI is very advanced, it's far away from me. Is that true? No. I don't know any of you play poker or not. Poker card. So when you are playing poker card, you sometimes want to have a judgment when to put which card can win, right? So you also have to check the cognition of your counterpart, like other players. You want to guess a card they hold in their hand. So you want to identify from the card left on the table, and you want to learn their strategy to play the card. And by learning, you have to understand each one's their different personality, their style, and you want to make inference from what you have learned to make your judgment. So those are the 6 important items when we are using the AI for judgment, for enhancing the cognition, for identification of information or certain behavior patterns. And we want to learn from the big data. Big data tell us, for example, big data tell us what to make, what actions. So those are the initiation of artificial intelligence. So in AI, we always talk about the deep learning or the machine learning. So we give the computer software or the computer or the machines certain data to tell them certain patterns of reactions they can make when they sense some data. So we use the AI to monitor patient status, to analyze the best patient outcome, and we are administering the treatment that have been optimized for each patient by analyzed by big data and the AI. So we also want to identify what is the best evidence that support our care. Especially, we want to have an individualized patient care. The AI will tell us. So this also linked to precision medicine and precision nursing. And finally, we have done so many things. You would ask yourself, is this right? Is this the best outcome for my patient? So we can also use AI to validate the clinical application. And also return to this one. Remember, I told you about the validity and the value, right? So the AI can help us to validate the big data we collected. Are they really useful or not? If the data you collect, most of them, they're outliers data, you might think, well, those outliers will bring more vagueness that I will not be able to make the best decision. So in AI, how can we use that in nursing care? We can use AI for communication with other disciplinary, with the family, with the patient. And we can use AI for modeling, especially for clinical guideline, clinical pathway, and also they can use that for anticipate the care outcome. And we can also anticipate the risk. So for example, when we see the patients have some abnormality of the lab data, we might have prediction that the patient might have anemia. So anemia might predict the patient has the risk of fall, and also predict the patient might have insufficient of nutrition. So this will remind us to take early intervention to help the patient to have a better care outcome. Also AI for data monitoring and detecting. So you might want to ask, where is the time for me to put a cardiac monitor into my patient? Where is the best timing for me to monitor patient input output, especially for the patient they have a edema, they have a lung edema or swelling, or they might have imbalance of the fluid, the intake output imbalance. That's the best opportunity that we can use the AI. And most importantly, we use AI for decision making, and AI can help us to make best decision making. For example, in nursing process, they help us through the big data analysis for assessment, diagnosis, planning, implementation, and evaluation. So this is an example of how we use the AI in nursing care. So let me give you an example. I think because of time, I have to a little bit speed up my presentation. So we use the big data we aggregate from EHR, and then we develop the AI model to help you to do the clinical decision-making support system. So let's take cardiovascular disease as one example. So in the AI, that help you to make decision, to remind you when to do the risk factor screening for your patient. For example, they might have a hyperlipidemia, or they have a abnormality of triglyceride, or their living style, they are like a sentinel living style, their dietary is always high fat, high sugar, and they might even have a comorbidity. For example, the CVD patient has a comorbidity of diabetes, or maybe have a respiratory problems. So this is step one for you to make decision what risk factors that you have to screen. Second, this will also help you to highlight the case of hypertension or hyperlipidemia patients. So the AI will help you with the patient with those diagnoses. They might raise the red flag for you. They will tell you, hi, those patients, they require more frequent screening or more frequent monitoring. They also provide you the CDSS system, provide information on what protocol you have to use, what guidelines. For example, we have exercise protocol, we have the bundle care guideline if the patient need to receive the central line. So we have the central line bundle to prevent the catheterization infection and to prevent the perfusion failure. Also, it will prompt the question on treatment adherence. So for example, if the patient does not have the adherence to the medication, to exercise, or to the dietary, the data that come out from the AI will remind you. Then you can make a decision when to consult your dietitian, when to consult your physical therapist. Finally, they can provide individualized, tailored recommendation for healthcare. So this is example how we aggregate the big data from EHR and develop into the AI to support your clinical decision-making system on the CVD population. So after I tell you those beauty of AI, big data, and CDS, is everything as pretty as I just mentioned? No, there are still challenges there if you want to support, if you want to develop the system of CDSS. So some people they think, well, we already have big data analytics. This means we analyze the big data. Why we still have to develop further into AI and the CDSS? They are a little bit somehow different. In big data analytics, we have three types of them. They are descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive. So descriptive, that describe all of the data for your patients or for whatever you collect from EHR. So they might predict the patient might have a different trend, might have a decline or the increasing of infection, for instance. So they might also tell you what is the best care, what is the best medication, what is the best model, what is the best guideline for you to use for your patient. But remember what I just tell you. Those data, they have to come up with the right information. So in CDSS, we require 5 rights. We need to have 5 right information. Even you have those analytics without integrating into right information, you still cannot make a very good clinical support system. And we
Hello, Professor Lai.
have a workflow.
Hello, Professor Lai.
Hello, can you see me? It seems like we have to
Yes.
stop.
No, Professor.
Right.
You can continue your presentation.
Okay. So as I say, we have 5 rights for CDSS. Even you have a big data analytic, but we have to integrate all of those information to best clinical decision support system. So we might also have the challenge if we want to do the CDSS in EHR, because we are lack of information integration. As I just emphasized, we require 5 rights. And we require consequential feedback to decision-making support. So if you use the AI big data to make decision, they also have to tell you, is your decision right or not? Does your decision make the best balance of all stakeholders, of all factors? And in order to make a decision, we also have to be sure we use the right channel for communication, for coordination. And even we have a different opinion conflict among different disciplines, how the CDSS system can make the best balance to best patient care outcome. So when use the EHR along with CDSS, we are human. We always need to consider human factors. Sometimes the CDSS looks very nice, looks fantastic. However, it's not necessary to be the best outcome because the human factors we have to consider. So this is also the challenge in the EHR along with the CDSS system. So in my final 2 slides, I will give you an example how we use AI, big data, CDSS along with EHR in patient safety. So for example, the early warning system. I don't know in your hospital in Indonesia, do you use the early warning sign? The early warning means we monitor all of those evidence collected from the patient to prevent them from collapse that requires the CPR. So early warning, like in children, like in patient. So we also have to differentiate the screening and assessment. So for example, we screen the patient have the risk of suicide. After we screen, we found that the screen score is high enough. So we will further do psychological assessment. So we don't want every patient to do a psychological assessment because it takes too much time. It increases the nurse's workload. So we have initial screening. Initial screening will trigger assessment. This can be also used for A, B, C, D, S, S, EHR and workflow. Like I say, we want to have precision nursing. We want to have a precision nursing workforce. And most important is the compliance of our nurses. I know every hospital, they have lots of protocol and guidelines, but you need to do an audit to make sure each nurse, they follow the guideline to prevent the sentinel event, that is patient safety issues. And also we want to use this in intervention. We want to monitor, we want to develop the best bundle care. We want to monitor the outcome of the bundle care to see whether it's effective or not, or this require a modification. We also, together like bundle care, we also want to develop the guideline. We want to increase patients and families' participation, and we want to have a best prevention from patient situation get a worse progress. So in patient safety, we can use the CDSC system to force medication errors, blood transfusion, the patient's prevention of pressure injury, and patient suicide, self-harm, and also the venous thromboembolism. I think this is also very severe issues for the OBS-GYN patient, especially the expecting women after the delivery. They might have thrombosis or embolism. So those are the safety issues that we can integrate AI, big data, and CDSS with EHR. And finally, this is another example how we can use that in quality improvement. So I am sure in each hospital, you might have a adverse event, central event, or near miss event. So the integration of this will tell you what are risk points that we can have early intervention to prevent from near miss that get worse into central event or adverse event. And we can also use this one for reducing the readmission rate of patient. And when we have a central event, we have to do root cause analysis. It will tell you what are the critical points for your root cause analysis, which is RCA. And we can also monitor this to door to balloon time, door to needle time for stroke patient and coronary artery disease, the CAD patients. And also, as I mentioned again and again, nursing workforce is very important. We don't want to make our nurses because they quit because their workload. I think this is a global issue. So the ABCDSS EHR can help us, help our nursing staff or our health administrator to make best decision of the workforce and drug resistance for infection control and sepsis, and also EHR documentation. I think our audience always want to know what information I should put into the EHR. And finally, if you want to integrate ABCDSS EHR, you need to set up the parameter. Parameter means what factors, what items, to what label that you consider flat W, 1H into your EHR, because this will facilitate the final care coordination that will improve your patient safety and the quality improvement. So I think that will be all of my very quick presentation and very brief examples that I share with you. In Taiwan, we have done on the CBD, acute kidney injury, and pressure injury prevention, and policy prevention. So that will be all of my presentation. Thanks for your listening, and I would like to take some questions if anyone wants to share your idea with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lai.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Lai, for giving us such informative and interesting presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer session.
Okay.
For all the participants. Yes,
I think
Professor?
I've seen some from our chat room.
Yes.
So in our chat room, let me read it. So there's some there. Oh, I think we have to answer together. Henry, do you want to answer first? Because there are some questions for you. So I think
Alright,
it's a
Professor.
Q&A. Yes. So
Yes.
please take your time first. Then after you answer,
okay.
I will answer my question.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor.
Okay, Dr. Henny. So there are 4 questions from the audience to Dr. Henny. So the first question from the Mrs. Rizka Novia Atmadani asks about how many samples did you use to do the research? And is there any minimum number as we must count to do the validity or reliability? And the second question is, how did you conclude that your data were valid or reliable? And I think this is the same question also from the second one participant who asked from Miss Septia Devi Amalia from Pharmacy UMM and asked about the more detail about test retest reliability and how many participants could be included in this test. So are you ready, Dr. Henny, to answer the question?
Okay, can you hear me, Miss Olivia?
Yes.
Okay, okay. I will try to answer the first question. I think it's good question. We know that how we decide and how many participants to be include our article. So for the reliability, based on the previous study, they said that we have to include around 30 until 40 participants. However, previous studies said can be computed with at least 10 participants. But I suggest to you that we can include 30 until 40 participants for retest reliability. And then for the validity, based on the previous study, if I'm not wrong, I think from the Quintana and Maxwell studies, they said that the minimum study sample size of 200. And then why we have to include around 200, because statistics can perform adequate and produce a meaningful. However, other study also said that a minimum 5 until 10 participants for one item questionnaire. So it means that if we have one scale and consists of 11 items, for example, my scale is about menopause rating scale. We know that menopause rating scale there have 11 item, 11 questions, and it means that we have to multiply 5 until 10 participants to with 11, so it's mean around 110 around 55 until 110 participants included in our study. But if we want to analysis of the scale, other scale, for example, depression, anxiety, stress, and scale, because there I have 11 item or questionnaire, so it means that we have to 21 item or questionnaire multiply with 10. So it means we have to include the participant minimum is 210 participants. It's minimal, and I suggest you have to add a dropout is around 20%, because we don't know whether there are participant is a dropout or not. Okay, and then the second question, how we decide that our result valid and reliable? That I said before, the internal consistency reliability was determined using Cronbach alpha, and the result is indicate adequate internal consistency if the Cronbach alpha value more than or greater than 0.75 or 0.7, based on the depend which reference we use. And then the validity, for construct validity, we use exploratory factory analysis, is like in my article, and then we can see of the result of the KMO, or we call it Kaiser-Meyer-Olkin value, and then the result is very satisfied. It means that if the result more than 0.7, it means that the construct validity is very good. And then the second question is about it. From safety, I think the same question, but I will try to explain more detail. So test reliability. In my article, I measure twice on extra 30 women at 1 week and 2 weeks interval. So it's mean like this: if we want to know whether test reliability is reliable or not, so we have to include around 30 participants in the for example, today is for example October 1st. We have to share our questionnaire to 30 participants, and then because the name of the reliability is test reliability, so it means we have to measure twice for the same participant, and then until we wait until 14 days or 2 weeks, and then we have to share it again to the same participant whether the result of reliability is good or not. If the result good, it means that the test reliability is very satisfied and acceptable. Okay. And then I think I saw the question from other participant also, Miss Olivia.
Yes.
She said about she asked me about the step of the cultural adaptation of instrument, and then what is difference with the between CFA and EFA analysis. If you want to know the detail of the step cultural adaptation, it's not easy, I think, because we have to the first step we have to permission to the original author, and we have to send email or we have to contact him or her whether we can use it or not. And that I said before and I explained that there I have 6-step cultural adaptation. Firstly is translation, and then secondly synthesis, and then back translation, and then expert committee review, and pre-testing and submission of document. For the translation, we have to invite two translator. So we call it T1 and T2, and then we ask them to translate into target language. For example, my scale is about the menopause rating scale, because menopause rating scale, the original author, I think from the English. Yeah, I think so. And then I send a message to him, and then I send email to him, and I permit to him, and then she said, okay, you can use it the scale of the menopause rating scale. However, after we analyze it, we have to report it to them by email or by message. And then we have to and then there I have important when we to do stage 1 of the translation. The two translators should have different profile and background. So it's mean that, for example, translator one of the translators should be aware of the concept being tested in the questionnaire being translated. And then the second translator should neither be aware not informed of the concept being quantified, and also the background should be not the same background. You know what I mean? It's like, for example, like this. I want to analysis of the questionnaire menopause rating scale, because menopause rating scale is especially in the health field. So it's mean we cannot invite or include other second translator from the same field, from the health care. So it's mean I can invite them from the other field, for example, maybe economical or account or other field like this. After that, the second step is synthesis. After the translator 1 and translator 2, there will be synthesis of the result from the T1 and T2. And then the third step is back translation. Back translation, the back translation, we have to focus with the
Hello, Mrs. Henny, sorry. Okay. Wait for a minute because there is some trouble. Your voice is not coming out.
Is clear?
Yes, okay, I think it's clear now.
I don't want to use my headset because it's problem. Okay, for the back translation also, we have to invite the translator by 2 persons with the source language or English as their mother tongue. So the 2 translators should neither be aware nor be informed of the concept explored. So, and also without medical background. And then stage 4 is expert committee review. We have to review our reports. And then the fifth step is pre-testing. And as I said before, is around 30 until 40 participants. So they should be they should fulfill the questionnaire, and then after 2 weeks they should be fulfilled again, and we have to analyze this. And the last is submission of documentation. Okay, and the second question from the same participant: what differences between
EFA and CFA, we know that EFA is exploratory factor analysis. So EFA is a method of factor analysis to identify the relationship between manifest variable or indicator variable is constructed or construct. And then we can also use or analysis exploratory factor analysis or EVA using SPSS software, and the input use is data from indicator variable because there is no assumption of where the indicator will cluster. Usually in the EFA analysis is not know how many latent factors or variable will be formed, although the researcher is allowed to determine how many factors are expected. Maybe it's not easy, and you can see my paper how I analysis of some scale or questionnaire because we have to use the SPSS. And also for the second analysis is about confirmatory factor analysis. CFA is test whether the indicator that have been grouped based on their latent variable or construct are consistent in the construct or not. And then in the CFA, the researcher test whether the data fit the previous form model or not. So if we check in my paper, the result of CFA, the result is excellent model fit. So it means that we can use it because when we analysis of the CFA result, we have to make sure whether the result of CFA is indicate goodness of fit or model fit or not. If how we decide that CFA have model fit or not, so there I have some requirement. For example, it's like CFI and then GFI, RFI, and something like that. And the value should be more than 0.9, but the previous study also said more than 0.8, depend which model fit we want to analyze and report it. I think it's enough, Miss Olivia. Thank you. Oh, one question again. Sorry.
Yes, the last one from Chitra Deviani.
Okay. Is reliability test mandatory for all study? Oh, yeah. I think it's mandatory to test it. However, you have to check it the previous study whether there is scale already test reliability or not. If yes, you can just cite it. But if not, you can just do it by yourself. Do you understand what I mean? So it's like this because, for example, my article is about menopause rating scale. So you have to make sure, and then you have to searching to the previous study whether previous researcher already check it or not. But when I check it, no researcher to do reliability and validity in Indonesian version. So it means that I can to do it. But if some researcher already test it in Indonesia, you can just cite it. However, you have to make sure the population same as with yours. Okay, I think it's enough. Thank you, Miss Olivia.
Okay, Dr. Hani, thank you for your answer the question. I think the last one, maybe from the Chitra Deviani. Did you finish to answer her question about the true or type of question that Dr. Hani used in your questionnaire? Is it true or false, multiple choice question, or scoring use Likert scale? And what kind of statistic that you use to analyze validity and reliability? I think this is the last question to you, Dr. Hani.
Sorry, Miss Olivia.
Yes.
What type of question that you use in your question, or is that for?
Yes.
Okay. Based on my scale, there are Likert scale because the participants should be answer. There I have some. There I have four option. Agree, disagree, and I think that I have 4 scale, and I use Likert scale for the menopause rating scale, and then for the depression anxiety stress scale, I think also we use Likert scale. What kind of studies that you use to analyze validity and reliability? Okay, I think it's the same as my answer as same as the previous participant questionnaire, Olivia. Yeah. Okay, so for the menopause rating scale, I use retest reliability for the reliability, and then internal consistency reliability for reliability, and then for the validity, I use construct validity, and then construct validity, and I analyze about the EFA and CFA, and also I analyze about the discriminant validity and what I forgot. Yeah, discriminant validity, Olivia.
Okay, thank you very much for your wonderful answer, Dr. Henny.
Sorry, Miss Olivia.
Yes.
However, depend on the my scale, because one of them, 2 of them I use one of them I use EFA and CFA. For the depression anxiety stress scale, I just use EFA and CFA, and then for the SCSS, I think I just use if I'm not wrong, EFA. Yes, I just use EFA. But for the SCSS, I also in analysis about the content validity index, Olivia. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Henny, for your wonderful answer. So we can move to the next speaker. There were 6 questions to Professor Lai. Maybe the first one is from the Mrs. Witasari.
Yes, thanks for asking me very productive questions, and I would like to answer all of them in one. So for example, they asked me, as I mentioned, in Indonesia, you use lots of, still now, you use lots of paper chart for your patient documentation. We have the same story, people. So maybe back to 2 decades ago, Taiwan, we use the paper document. But the important thing that I mentioned is you want to think why I want to develop the EHR. Just because the computer? No, because you want to improve your care quality and patient safety. So first of all, you have to talk to your informatics, like your computer engineer. They can set up the infrastructure. So based on what infrastructure that you want to input your data. So for nursing part, even in TMU right now, I really hope our students, they can have a visit to Taiwan. Definitely we will bring you to all of our 3, or no, I should say 5 affiliate hospitals that belong to TMU. For example, we set up the system, we use the vital sign. So we use the machine to measure patient's vital sign. After you measure the vital sign, all of the information that you collect from the patient will automatically transform into the computer. So into the computer, you might ask, there are still numbers. Is that useful? So this computer, the number, they will automated, analyze, and into the trend. So for example, you can see in 1 week, what's the change of your patient's vital sign? So not only vital sign, also pain score and the blood sugar, because we have diabetes patient. So we check the blood sugar, we use the machine. Then you go to check your patients, you scan on the patient's ID bench, and then use the machine to correct the blood sugar. Then the data of the blood sugar will automatically transform into a computer. So this is one type of EHR. Another one is for nursing chart. So nursing chart, you have to type a lot. So we use automated paragraph. So the nursing department or nurses have to work together to develop what are commonly used paragraphs. So those paragraphs can save nurses lots of time. So for example, we even have a more advanced. For example, the patient has a fever. Then when you click fever, so the paragraph that describes the fever with whatever the patient have a facial reddish, the chilliness, whatever, they will automatically come up with a paragraph that they will go into your nursing chart. Then you can revise it. And when you revise it, the vital sign number, they will go into your paragraph automatically. So this is one example how the how the EHR can help you save your time. Also, they analyze the graph for you, so you will see the trend. What is the change over a week, over a day, over different hours, even different minutes, and even seconds, how our vital signs change. So that will help you to do the big data. And how we develop the big data into the AI, as I say, AI actually they use a software, and then you put together or you analyze, archiving or aggregate all of the data from your EHR, and then you develop the algorithm. For example, our audience asked me from a psych unit. Let me give you example on psych unit. If your patient, they are a psych patient, they need to have ICD-10 or DSM-5 diagnosis code, right? So by using this code, different code, the AI system will tell you what are specific screening and assessment tool we have to use for different type of the psychologist disorder. For example, bipolar or mania, or maybe we have many different terms, or even dementia, which is different from psychosis. And then after that, your patient will enter certain screening and assessment data in EHR. Then the patient also take a medication, for example, the Therian. Therian has very narrow treatment window that will get toxic very easily. Then the patient will develop an EPS, like the hand keep shaking, right? So the EHR come up with the big data will remind you, hey, these patients need to follow the Therian level every 3 days or once a while. So when the level goes up, the AI will have automatic alarm that will show on your nursing informatics system to tell you it's time for you. Your patient might have a risk of the Therian toxication. So you have to be careful. Or the patient, we're using the suicide screening tool. So when the score up to, for example, if the screening threshold for suicide is 20, so when the score up to 20, the system will automatically tell you from the CDSS system, tell you the patient is under a higher risk of suicide. So you need to initiate psychological consultation. You need to initiate suicide prevention. Those are supported by CDSS. And what tell you? The AI system tell you. How the AI can tell you? You aggregate the data, big data from EHR to tell you the patient in psych unit, they're under medication risk, overdose risk, they're under suicide risk, and also if the patient has the self-harm, you might want to increase your nurses in that shift. So before you might have 5 nurses that provide care to 15 or 20 patients. But because there are certain patients, they are under higher risk of suicide, higher risk of medication toxication. So you might, by looking at those, you want to increase 1 more nurses. So there might be 6 nurses in 1 unit at this time, which might be different from yesterday, the same schedule. So how can we make those? Because we integrate AI, big data, EHR, and CDSS. So this is an example, but for the detail, because of time limitation, I really suggest that make a group, have a group visit to Taipei Medical University. I will be there. I'm sure Hanny will help you. I think she will be very happy to see her mother school for a PhD, and we will help you to arrange the visit to all of the hospital. You will see how we use EHR. We dig out the big data and we develop the AI without damage the ethical consideration, because there's one audience asked about the ethical. So in the government, they have very strict guideline for using the big data. Even me, if I want to analyze the national health insurance data, I have to apply, and I cannot bring any USB. I can only go to certain computer that X us there, and when you are operating, there are cameras spotting on you. You cannot use any storage. So when using the big data, the hospital also under government's guidelines, because we understood that there will be a ethical consideration. So we very carefully, we want to decode all of the personal identification when we are developing the big data and AI. So I hope my very brief answer can satisfy all of your questions. Again, come to Taiwan, you will get all of the best answer. I think Henny can give you best proof that how much that we can give you the information you want. And finally, I hope that next year I can visit Malang to visit you and visit my sixth uncle and see how beautiful dance you are and you are pretty and the smart students in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Lai. Please come to the Taiwan, Professor.
Yep.
Okay, before I close this session, I would like to present the certificate to our speakers. So the first certificate is for the Dr. Henny Dwi Susanti. Thank you very much for giving us a wonderful presentation, and also for the Professor Fuji Lai. So Professor Lai and Dr. Henny, thank you very much for joining in our international conference. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this first plenary session. I'd like to thank to the speakers for the informative and interesting presentation, and all participants for the very active participation. So finally, give the applause for the speakers and for you all. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Olivia. And before we move to the next session, we will take picture of our speaker and moderator. To all speaker, moderator, and also participant, please open your camera and please do the committee to capture the screen. I will count. So, in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Next page. And 3, 2, 1. Again, the next page. In 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I think we have like 15 page of committee will capture the screen again. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, again in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Again in 3, 2, 1. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Once again, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you for all speaker, moderator, and also participant. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to the next agenda. The second session will be guided by Mrs. Sandilia Yunita, and as moderator, who is one of our pharmacy lecturer who graduated from Taipei Medical University, Taiwan. So please, Mrs. Sandilia Yunita, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Sydney. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi sahri sadri wa yassirli amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandilia Yunita. As moderator in our second session, this is my pleasant and valuable chance to be here. And based on scheduled event, we will have two panelists, two speakers, Prof. Komsak Sinsurin and Miss Aliatur Roshidah, PhD, and each will have 30 minutes to present. Well, our first speaker today is Prof. Komsak Sinsurin. Thank you very much, Prof, for your presence and time. Prof. Komsak Sinsurin is Assistant Professor in Faculty of Physical Therapy, Mahidol University, Thailand. Please let me introduce Prof. Komsak Sinsurin. Thank you. Prof. Komsak Sinsurin graduate bachelor, master, and doctoral degree from Mahidol University, Thailand. He was a postdoctoral researcher in School of Health Sciences, University of Central Lancashire, United Kingdom in 2017. And also his TDPT program in University of Montana, United States of America was taken in 2018. And there are many more his supplementary education during 2011 until 2016. He achieved many awards and funding, especially in 2022. He gets Mahidol University Global Partnering Initiative Grant. And also in 2021, his research fund from University of Central Lancashire, United Kingdom. And also in 2017, he got Newton Fund from UK government. And there are many more awards and funding. His expertise and research interests are orthopedics and sport physical therapy, human motion analysis, motor control, and biomechanics of human movement, and also about biomechanical change of lower extremity. He is Associate Dean for Research, Innovation, and Digital Technology since 2020, and he also chair of Thai Sport Physiotherapy Society, which is a professional physical therapy association in Thailand since 2019. In 2018 until 2020, he is a director of PhD program in physical therapy, Mahidol University. And there are many more working experiences of him. And currently, he is also reviewer in many national and international journals, such as Asian Journal of Sport and Medicine, BMC Sport Science, Medicine and Rehabilitation, and also Scandinavian Journal of Medicine and Science in Sport, and there are many other. And about his publication, of course, there are enormous, and one of them in 2022 is in Knee Journal. The title, All Alteration of Quadriceps Muscle Activity During Functional Step Tasks After Extended Sitting Session. And there are many more also. So in this session, he will explain about innovation to research in clinical physical therapy. His fabulous experiences will enrich our knowledge. Professor, the presentation time is 30 minutes. Without any further ado, Professor, time is yours.
Okay, so thank you very much for introducing me. It's very nice introduction. So thank you very much. So, and first of all, I would like to say thank you very much for the host for inviting me to join this international conference as the speaker. I'm really happy to join the conference to share my idea or share my experience for you guys today, and hopefully my talk today would initiate something for physical therapy career in this conference. Okay, so let me share my content. Okay, so I was invited from the host for talking about the something for sharing the experience to the audience in this conference. So, but in my idea, I would like to share about the innovation to research in clinical physical therapy. So, so today, let's see how can I develop the idea, or how can I develop the innovation project in my career path, and also for contribute or enhance my student, especially the postgraduate student. So when I review the conference aim, so the conference aim would like me to, I thought about my topic would help to contribute in terms of the direction and goal of the research, especially in physical therapy field today. Okay, and so there are two sections that I'm trying to give you guys the message for today. The first one is the information a little bit about introductions of innovations, and the second one, the key message: how can I develop the innovation project without the high technology? Because when we talk about the keyword of innovation, sometimes we imagine about some product or something very, very high technology and spend a lot of budget or spend a lot of money with the innovation. So, but let's see how what is going on in current my project here. Okay, so when we talk about the innovation, we cannot deny that there are two another terms, including the about the research term and also the commercialization. Okay, because if we want to develop the innovation project or innovation product, we need to also to have the background, or we need to do the research here to develop our thinking and review something on the websites, on the database. Is there anyone develop something that's same as my idea or not? Is there any published innovation idea as my idea or not, or something like that? We need to review. And also for the innovation, the keyword of commercialization is also important, because when the researcher try to develop idea or develop the innovation product, but if our product cannot publish or cannot bring it to the commercial or bring it to the society, and also if our product there is no any benefit or any advantage, so we cannot say our product or our invention is the innovation. Because in terms of innovation, we need to do the research, and our product need bring to the commercial as well. Okay, so when we talk about innovation, so you guys need to think about research term and also the commercialization term as well. Why the innovation we need to think about commercialization? Because if your idea or your product, or if you do the invent something and create something, but it doesn't have any benefit, or it cannot, like, we cannot bring it to commercialization. It just being as the invention. But if our invention can merge and can bring to the commercialization, so we can claim it is the innovation. Okay, this to make everyone understand at the same page or the same place. So this is the term of the innovation, but we need to concern about commercialization and do about the research as well. But so then another characteristic of the innovation, so there are the key characteristic, including our innovation should have and should help to have the better solution. This is another key term. And also our innovation should be the effective product okay? And also, not just the product, actually, the innovation we can claim or we can develop something related to the process, but it should have the effective process, effective service, and also effective technologies, and also all the effective business. So this is also the characteristic of the, when we claim our product or our service is the innovation. And another one, we can we can blend it into the market or society, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, if you can create something, but there is no any adding benefits, so and cannot bring it to commercialization or bring it to the society, so we cannot claim it as it is the innovation. So keep in mind. So this is the characteristic of the innovation. Okay. So and also, but right now, as everyone have known that we are in an industry era, or that, so the technology is the key. As I am the physical therapist working as a clinician, and also I'm working as the researcher as well. So I cannot deny that in our physical therapy clinic, sometimes we need the highest technology equipment for treat our patient or to provide the rehabilitation for our patient, you know. So it's help out my service a lot. So, and also as the researcher, sometimes we need the high technology research equipment to support or to test our hypothesis and or to assess something. So, so it's quite very important about technology is the key for my working today. And also, but anyway, if we can develop our innovation and applying in our physical therapy service or the research activity, that would be perfect. But sometimes it's quite hard for us to develop our own innovations. But if anyone would like to start to develop or create the innovation project, so this is the guideline or the guidance for develop innovation. So it starts from, you can develop the idea, it can start from the new idea or interesting idea. And also, but sometimes you don't have any idea, but you can start from the any research gap as well. Research gap or the clinical limitation or something. Sometimes as a clinician, I want something to help me to improve my clinical service. Maybe I need something. So that that could be the initiative idea to start for the innovation process. Then once you have the idea or you have the research question or the limitation, you can start to do the research or to review or evidence related to your idea on the online database to check is there any one published the product or the process or something that's same as my idea. But if there is no one developed yet, so that's good. Or you can searching the IP as well. IP, intellectual patents, to check is there anyone have the IP for that product yet. But if it's already shown on the online website, so you can develop another one instead of develop the same thing, you know. And then you're planning for deal with your schedule, and then you develop the prototype. Once your prototype is good, you can do the clinical study to prove the effective of your product or your process or your service, and then you can launch to the community or society. As I say, if you can launch or bring it to the community or society, that's perfect, and then we can claim our project is innovation, you know. Okay, in my career or in our faculty, the faculty have many high technology research equipment to support our staff to conduct the research, such as the motion analysis, the ultrasound diagnostic imaging, and electromyography, blah blah blah. So this is the one, I mean, one part of the research in our faculty, but sometimes in my idea, if sometimes as we have known, the technology or the high technology is always updated, right? And the budget that you are going to spend to buy the new version for the next year, and next year you're going to spend a lot of money. So that means high technologies come with big cost of the budget. And also, but sometimes if as I am clinician, if we want to develop our own innovation, or if we want to develop our invention, but sometimes we cannot deny that we are the clinician, we don't have the skill in terms of the engineering, you know. Sometimes we have the idea, but we try to develop something by ourselves, but we stuck with a lot of things because we don't have the skill of engineering or construct something, you know. This is also our limitation. So sometimes as we budget limitation, and as we are the clinician and researcher, we don't have the skill of the invention. So can I create or develop innovation project? So let's see. That made me try to reconsider about the key term of innovation. So in my idea, the innovation is not just the product. When I take a look on the characteristic of innovation, okay, I start with, okay, something that I try to develop, it should be or create the better solution or help me to do something better. And also, but if I don't want to develop the product or high technology, so I can aim to develop or make it improve in something like such as the process and or services. As I am the clinician, I take care every patient in the clinic. So, but I have a lot of questions when I meet my patient. How can I help them better and better and more than my expectation or something like that? So we can have the effective processes or the effective services that we can develop as well. And we need to, but you need to break it into the society of the research or the PT community. So this is the key term that helped me to develop the innovation project without high technology. So that means when we talk about the innovation, it doesn't mean we need to stick on the product or the high technology. Okay, this is my idea. So the next, so let's see, I would like to share my experience and my idea. How can I develop or what are the current innovation projects that's going on in my lab now with my students? So my idea, it starts from this key message. The first one, okay, the first message is as we are the clinician, the physical therapy service need the best practices and effectiveness intervention. We always need to provide the better of the best practice for our patient. We want to improve, or we want to make our patient have the better solution or the best help, you know. Okay. And the second one, sometimes there is the limitations of laboratory research. And the third one, the key message, is the clinical outcome measure. So these are the three key messages that my current innovation project are developing right now. Okay, let's see in each key message. Okay. The first method, as I mentioned, I want to have the best practice or the best effectiveness or intervention that provide for my patients or my athletes. Because actually, I'm a clinician. My field or my specialist, I'm focused on the sport and orthopedic physical therapy. So mostly my patients who come and meet me, they are the athletes with some kind of musculoskeletal problems. Okay. So it starts from how can I improve the clinical outcome of my patient group. So even we thought that the current rehabilitation or the current physical therapy program that we provide for them is the best, but in my idea, we still can improve to make it better. Because of from review literature, but some recurrent injury or some injury still has been reported with the high rate. Even they got the complete rehabilitation, but they still show some risk of recurrent injury, right? Okay. And so then I try to create an innovation program of intervention to improve a quality of intervention program, to make it to make more benefit to patients or athletes or people or research society. Okay, so the first example of my experience, this is the my current project that's going on in my lab now. So the first example is that, as we have known, the ankle sprain is the common of musculoskeletal injury in all around the world, especially in the athletes who are playing or practice the sport activity. So it is the first common musculoskeletal injury of lower limb. So it's quite common. But anyway, after the first episode of ankle sprain, they can develop being the ankle chronic ankle instability after the first episode of ankle sprain, So, but the developing of the chronic ankle instability that make the athlete having the poor ankle function, also the 50% residual symptoms still showing during day back to the sport activity, or after they already return to sport, they still show pain, some swelling, and also instability, which is the big problem when they back to the sport, because the instability feeling that disturb them during playing the sport. And also it still show 80% of recurrent pain or recurrent rate. So that's why make me reconsider the current rehabilitation that's good enough to make them better or make them return to sport. Is that enough? So from the previous study, that this is the research output from our lab. So as I mentioned, the research question, why the high rate of ankle sprain or the recurrent sprain or the chronic ankle instability has been reported still as a high risk, as the high rate, right? And we found that when we measure the brain function, as we categorize the ankle sprain as the musculoskeletal injury or musculoskeletal problem. But once we measure the brain function, because we question, is there any change of the brain to control the muscle around the ankle joint? And we found that in athletes with chronic ankle instability, they show the difference of the brain function compared to the healthy group. So this is, and also the evidence in almost 10 years pretty confirmed that the chronic musculoskeletal condition, mostly they found they show the impairments of the brain functions. So the next chapter of the physical therapy or the rehabilitation that we need to consider, how about our current rehab? Is that enough? That make me think about the new rehabilitation or the new intervention that we should address to solve this kind of problem. Because in my opinion, the current rehabilitation is not good enough. Mostly we focus on the peripheral part or the musculoskeletal part around, surrounding the ankle. We treat the pain, we treat the swelling, we treat the instability around the ankle joint, but sometimes we forgot about the brain function or the neuromuscular control above the ankle joint. That's why I and my students develop the innovation program for provide the, and we expect to have the better rehabilitation program to improve the clinical outcome in athletes with ankle instability. So this is the one example. How can I develop the idea of the innovation project? Because I want to have something to make or to improve the quality of my service, right? This is the one character of the innovation. And our project try to have the better solution. And after I prove or I do the research and I found the better clinical outcome, so I'm gonna publish to the research community, and I expect all clinicians or all research all around the world get my message. And that means I can bring my project to the research or to the PT community that lead to have the benefit of my project. That is the complete keyword of the innovation. So the next message is the limitation of the laboratory research. This also the big. So how can I develop? As I mentioned, sometimes we limit about from the budget and also high technology equipment. Sometimes we cannot have it. And also, as I have in my lab, there are some postgraduate students. They came from the country which where doesn't have some kind of high technology research equipment yet. So as I am the advisor, I also think about how my student can develop his or her own project after they graduate in their own country. And also, so that's my idea to come up with I should have some kind of the research tool that apply or using in my lab as well for promoting the research career for my student in the future. And so that's start me or initiate me to deal with the creating improved assessment in clinical field, and that helps to improve a quality of functional assessment form and bring it to research society or clinical practice. So this is the example of my current project. So in my lab, so on my research field, I also focus on the biomechanical study related with the risk of ACL injury or anterior cruciate ligament injury, which is the common of lower extremity injury, and also the clinical ACL injury is the critical problem in sport, especially in the football and also in basketball, because once the athlete injure ACL, but we need to the athlete need to spend a lot of time and also spend a lot of money for treat or for have the intervention, and also to have the rehabilitation, such as maybe this guy, if he got the ACL injury, he would take like 6 months at least for dealing with the ACL injury and then reaching back to the sport activity. But as in my lab, so how can we assess or how can we screen the ACL injury risk? So in my lab, we use the motion analysis, 3D motion which is the high technology we spend a lot of money to buy this kind of equipment, and also the 3D motion analysis. Right now, it is the gold standard to detect or to evaluate the human movement in the worldwide level. So, but however, in my idea, is that practical on the clinical field. This is the further step that the researcher needs to think about it. Even we got a lot of data in the motion analysis or in the motion lab, but can we apply or translate the finding signs from the motion lab to the clinical field? This is the one limitation that we need to accept and we need to concern. But anyway, the strong point of the 3D motion, it is we can analyze the quality of movement in depth detail, which is the clinical field cannot do it. But anyway, if we don't have the motion analysis, how can I screen the risk of ACL injury? So the landing error scoring system, which is the functional based outcome measure that's common in the research. So it is the criteria here, many items of criteria that we can observe. So in the landing error score that we can say it is a less score. So usually we ask the athlete to perform jumping and landing, and we use the 2D or the typical video capture the movement. And then we play the video and then we rate the score to see the risk of ACL injury. If the total score comes up like a greater than or more than 5 scoring, so we can define the athlete as showing the risk of ACL injury. But sometimes in our current project in my lab, so we thought that this published since like 2005, if I remember correctly, but that is there are some limitation of the less score anyway. So in my lab, we know the limitation of the less, so we develop a new version of less score or less system. So we adding idea and the knowledge to the new version. We revising some item and rearrange and setting the scale in the less score, and then we got the modified less, which is we improve the functional one, and then we got the modified less, which is we want to bring it to the research community, and it's simple to use. This is also another example of innovation. Another one of the example of the innovation project as the Naval gas is the critical point or critical movement that create the ACL injury form here. So in the research community, usually they assess the cutting or running and then change of direction. This is the example of running and change direction immediately to intended direction. And if we found the Naval gas here, that's is the risky movement. So the method of screening ACL injury with the 2D motion, usually we assess in the diagonal direction or this direction, but we thought that there is some limitation of this kind of method. So we try to conduct the new method of assessing. And then finally, we prove it works and it has accepted validity when compared with the 3 gold standard, which is the 3D motion. So we published the research output to that we already proved this kind of our new method, and it's acceptable for using in clinical field. This is also the example. And how can do the further with our new method for screening the Naval gas. So in my student, we also create a new rehab or new intervention program. That's especially applying on the field. So how can I assess the outcome of this intervention? So we apply to use the new method that I mentioned in the previous slide. We create the new method to assess, and then we publish, and then we use our published method to test or to prove the effective of the new intervention program or new intervention program, especially on the field. Okay, so it's quite interesting. So when we apply, and then we can publish, and other people or other researchers can apply our new method to screening the risk of ACL injury in the future as well. And it's simple to use. You know, this is also the example. So another one, the key message, clinical outcome measure. Okay, so sometimes the current research, the current self-report outcome measure tools are not specific to our subject or our target population. Sometimes the limitation, sometimes it's because of language barrier, you know. So it needs us to create a new version for our country, to make it, to have the improved version, to solve the problem of language barrier, to make it to the research society and clinical practice. So such as this is the example of lots of research, the outcome measure that you can go to this website, Physiopedia. There are many outcome measure scale that you can use, but you need to question, is that appropriate or is suitable for your subject or not? Okay, so for instance, in my lab, that is one postgraduate student from China. They question about the clinical outcome measure, is that suitable for people in China or not? Even especially in knee OA patient, that the patient with knee OA, this is also the common knee problem in the world and also in the China as well. So that's why she needs a clinical outcome measure specific for Chinese people. So she shows the knee out. So sorry, this is the scale that she interested in. The full name of the scale, which is the knee injury and osteoarthritis outcome score, which is the KOOS score. Okay, so once she go to the official website, she found that there is no specific version or Chinese version for the mainland, because she come from the mainland. Even there are two versions for the Hong Kong people and Singapore people, and from she did a research or review, she found that the Hong Kong version and also Singapore version is not perfect one for the mainland because the language barrier as well. So she needs to construct a new version specific for mainland Chinese people. So then she started to develop the Chinese innovation version. Okay, she do a lot of translation, forward translation, backward translation, and do the research to prove the validity. And then we on the process to publish the result and publish the data to the Chinese version to the research community and make it benefit for other researchers and other clinicians in China mainland. So this is all example of my current innovation project. Okay, so thank you very much for our audience and for the host to have me today. So hopefully my talking today would have some benefit for some audience here and would help someone to initiate the idea related to the innovation project from develop the process or the method in your career path without high technology equipment. This is also the key. So, and also thank you, the Faculty of Physical Therapy. This is where am I. So if there is anyone would like to visit my lab, so go to this website, okay, and you can visit and see all information of my faculty. And also thank you very much my postgraduate student in my lab, okay, for many countries that contribute my idea to develop the current innovation project today. Okay, and thank you all. That's all my talk. Thank you.
Okay, Professor, what an enlightening explanation. Thank you very much, Professor. So for the next speaker, for our second speaker, Miss Aliatur Rashidah, PhD, Head of Nanomedicine Research Group, Research Center for Vaccine and Drug, National Research and Innovation Agency. Thank you, Miss, for joining us in this beautiful morning, almost noon. Okay. Please let me introduce Miss Aliatur Rashidah, PhD. Miss Aliatur was born on 17 August of 1990, and she graduated Bachelor of Biology, Department of Biology in Brawijaya University, Malang, and also her master degree was from same university in a biotechnology program, and she graduated from doctoral degree in biomedicinal science, School of Preclinical Science, Suranare, University of Technology, Thailand. And here is she has many publications since 2013 until present, and in 2020, one of her publication is Streptomyces chiamycins SSUT-A mediated green synthesis of silver nanoparticles, characterization and evaluation of antimicrobial action against clinical drug resistant strain. And also in 2021 is about a bacterial infection in COVID-19 patient and their possible treatment. And there are many else. So she also awardee of some scholarships such as a SUT PhD Asian scholarship from Suranare University of Technology in 2017. And also there are, here is her research experiences. It's about a green synthesis of silver nanoparticle from Anthurium crystallinum and their application as anti-cancer and antimicrobial agents. And also about her conference participation also, there are many of it. Okay, so in this event, she will share her great experiences to escalate our understanding toward the role of nanotechnology in combating multi-drug resistant bacteria. Please welcome Ms. Aliatur Rashidah, PhD. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, Bu Sandy. Let me share my screen.
Yes, please.
Can you see my screen?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm very happy actually that I was given the opportunity by University of Muhammadiyah Malang to be able to share about my research experience at this conference. So before I start to share about my experience, as mentioned earlier, I'm currently a researcher at the Research Center for Vaccine and Drug, and my research interests including the microbiology, especially for discovery of new antimicrobial agent, nanomedicine, targeted drug delivery for cancer therapy, and nanocosmetic. Therefore, if anyone interested in collaborative research related to this topic, you can contact me by this email. Okay, without further ado, I would like to start my share. Before I talking about the resistance of antimicrobial substance, I would like to recall about the history of the antibiotics. So
before 1928, we are live in the pre-antibiotic age where there are many deaths caused by the common bacterial infection, and the discovery of antibiotics started at 1928 when the Alexander Fleming discovered the penicillin, and he started to investigate the activity of the penicillin as an antibiotic agent. However, at 1948, the strain of penicillin-resistant Staphylococcus is appear and become a pandemic, global pandemic. Continue at 1959, the methicillin antibiotic was discovered, which used to treat the penicillin-resistant Staphylococcus infection. However, 1 year later, at 1960, the first strain of the methicillin-resistant strain of Staphylococcus aureus appeared. This indicates that the discovery of new antibiotic provide a potential of the image of resistance to these antibiotics. Currently, there are many type of the antibiotic. They are divided into the bacteriostatic, which this antibiotic have an action to prevent the bacterial growth and reproduction of the bacteria, and bactericidal, this bactericidal which antibiotic that have an action to kill the bacteria. According to the mechanism of action, all of these antibiotics are divided based on their ability to inhibit cell wall synthesis and then depolarize cell membrane, inhibit protein synthesis, inhibit nucleic acid or DNA synthesis, and inhibit metabolic pathway of bacteria. When the bacteria become resistant, so these bacteria have an ability to live or stand with the antibiotic treatment. And currently, the infectious disease remain one of the leading cause of morbidity and mortality worldwide. The WHO and CDC have expressed the serious concern with this issue because of the increase in the development of multi-drug resistance among the bacteria. Currently, in the a couple years ago, the WHO published the priority pathogen list, which is divided into 3 classes, critical, high, and medium, where these pathogens are to be prioritized in the term of the discovery of new antibiotic or their treatment. One bacteria that became my attention was Acinetobacter baumannii, because this bacteria pathogen is one of the pathogen that difficult to treat because these bacteria are resistant to many existing antibiotics. Based on this condition, it has triggered initiative worldwide to develop novel and more effective antimicrobial compound, such as to develop a novel delivery or targeting strategy or novel antimicrobial agent. Now, in the case of COVID-19 pandemic, the infection of the bacteria, such as the secondary bacterial infection and bacterial co-infection in the patients, are one of the cause of death also. So in this case, the patient that treated with antibiotics is used may increase the emergence of the resistant bacteria. Even though the percentage of the bacterial infection in the patient of COVID is remaining low, but the image of the resistant bacteria is still appear. The antibiotics can be, the organism or bacteria can be resistant to antibiotic because of many factors. The first one is the misuse of the antibiotics, such as the overprescription of antibiotic and patient do not finish the treatment of the antibiotic, or overuse antibiotic in the livestock and fish farming. Moreover, the poor infection control in the hospital and clinic, because we can also know that the hospital and clinic is the source of pathogenic bacteria, and the lack of hygiene and poor sanitation in the environment, because the bacteria can also spread through the environment, and also lack of the new antibiotics being developed. and the antibiotic resistant bacteria can be spread both of human to human or human to animal. From human to human, the hospital acquired bacteria, especially it can be easily spread through the hospital, because in this case the whole person and patient can meet together in the hospital, and drug resistant bacteria can spread to other patient or to the whole person, and it can spread easily to the general public. On the other hand, the animal can develop drug resistant bacteria in their GI tract, in their GI tract, and then this drug resistant can spread through the food and then environment, or direct from animal to human. Bacterial antibiotic resistance exhibited by different microorganisms could be attained through the natural resistance or acquired resistance. In the natural resistance, actually the bacteria itself has a gene that express the resistance to the specific antibiotics. On the other hand, the bacteria can acquire mechanism from the genetic material by mutation or by from the environment through the transformation, conjugation from other cell, and also transduction by involving the bacteriophage. And currently, bacteria can develop the resistance to antibacterial drug through a variety mechanism, and there are four major mechanisms. The first one is the inactivation of drug, and then modification of drug target in bacteria. It can be modified by the antibiotic binding protein, DNA, or RNA polymerase. And then reduce permeability of drug, and also the last one is the export of drug from bacteria, or we know it as efflux pump. Therefore, the many researchers currently looking for several approaches to overcome this infection of the resistant bacteria, such as by antimicrobial development, combination of drug therapy, bacteriophage therapy, and antimicrobial adjuvant. And the last one is nanotechnology. In this case, I would like to focus on the nanotechnology to overcome the microbial resistance. But also I will give a brief explanation about each approach. The first one is the antimicrobial discovery. In this case, we can looking for the new antibiotics or antimicrobial agent, or modify the known compound. For the discovery of new antibiotic, we can start for searching the antimicrobial agent from the bacteria, especially from the Streptomyces, and then from the fungi and plant. And then for combination of drug therapy, this strategy was used to reduce the possibility of superinfection. In the combination of drug therapy, the multiple drug can be act as a parallel pathway inhibition, and then mutual stabilization, sequential blockade, bioavailability or modulation, and inhibitor inhibition. However, there are an increased incidence of the adverse effect and high cost to be needed in combination of drug therapy. And then is the antimicrobial adjuvant. The use of adjuvant in this treatment, the adjuvant is a compound that has no antimicrobial activity, but it has an the adjuvant can act to suppress the development of the resistance and improve the inhibitory effect. It can divide it into several types, such as beta-lactamase inhibitors, efflux pump inhibitors, or outer membrane permeabilizer. And the last one is the nanotechnology. In this case, the nanotechnology provides a good platform to alter physiochemical properties to different material for bioapplication. And recent development in nanotechnology is to engineer a nanoparticle that with desired physiochemical properties that proposed as a new line to defense against multi-drug resistant microorganism. Actually, there are several types of nanomaterial that can be used to fight against microbial antimicrobial resistance. But the silver nanoparticle is one of the nanomaterial that could prove to be an alternate type to antibiotic and to control a microbial infection, especially for multi-drug resistant microorganism. There are also several nanomaterials such as gold nanoparticle, copper oxide nanoparticle, ferric oxide nanoparticle, and zinc oxide that also provide an antibactericidal effect. Other application of nanotechnology as a nanocarrier. Nanocarrier, in this case, the drug or the antibiotic can be loaded into the nanoparticle vehicle that can enter the host without reduce the amount of drug or without any damage for the drug, such as for nanoliposome, nanoniosome, solid lipid nanoparticle, and other nanoparticle that can be used for nanocarrier. In this case, for metal nanoparticle, metal is most popular inorganic nanoparticle, and currently there are many types of metal nanoparticle that has an antimicrobial activity, such as selenium, gold, iron, copper. However, the silver has a better antimicrobial activity compared to others. In this case, silver nanoparticle has been applied in many fields such as textile, biomedical, healthcare, food agriculture, catalysis, and environment. In the biomedical itself, the silver nanoparticle has been applied for cancer therapy, diagnosis, drug delivery, and cell imaging. To synthesize of metal nanoparticle, there are two approaches. The first one is top-down. Usually, top-down approach is starting from the bulk metal that fractionated into the smaller piece. Usually, we can synthesize this type of approach by using physical method. On the other hand, we have also bottom-up approach. In this case, we involving the organic material to reduce the silver ion to silver nano. We can synthesize the silver nanoparticle by using chemical method and biological method. Basically, three different methods, chemical, physical, and biological method, can be used for the synthesis of silver nanoparticle. In the chemical method, the use of toxic chemicals such as sodium borohydrate and beta-mercaptoethanol it's one of the limitation of this method because it can be toxic to environment. On the other hand, the physical method, in this case, we use high energy, such as laser ablation, radiation, and electrodeposition. However, the result of the synthesized silver nanoparticles is quite small. Therefore, the biological method provides a possible option to synthesize of silver nanoparticle by involving bacteria, plant, and fungi. Basically, the process of synthesis of silver nanoparticle started by reduction of the silver ion to silver nano and then continue by capping and stabilization. The reduction of the silver ion is facilitated by biological molecules that appear in the plant extract or cell-free supernatant of the bacteria, and also the capping and stabilization also facilitated by the biological molecules such as the alkaloid, phenol, protein, sugar, enzyme, and other biological molecule. One of the advantage of the biological method, the reduction, capping, and stabilization agent is come from the biological molecule that we use to synthesize. However, in the chemical and physical method, we have to add separately. We have to add the capping agents such as citrate or PVP into the mixture, because the capping and stabilization agent can increase the stability of the silver nanoparticle. For example, in the bacteria, the silver nanoparticle can be synthesized by using nitrate reductase. In this case, the enzyme reduce the silver ion to be silver nano, and then the silver nano continue for growth and nucleation, and then stabilize and then cap and stabilize by using other biological molecule that appear in the cell-free supernatant. In my case, I try to synthesize of silver nanoparticle by using streptomyces, because streptomyces is known as a novel antimicrobial agent. The streptomyces itself is belong to the actinomycete bacteria. Is it a gram-positive bacteria with high GC content and known as a source of antimicrobial compound, such as several antibiotics that available in the market comes from the streptomyces, such as actinomycin, streptoricin, and streptomycin. Many streptomyces has been used to synthesize and provide an biological activity such as antibacterial, antioxidant, and anti-cancer activity. In this case, the antimicrobial and cytotoxic activity of silver nanoparticle are affected by size, shape, reducing and capping agent, and type of the cell that we use for testing. Basically, for the biosynthesis of silver nanoparticle by using bacteria can be done by using two ways. The first one is intracellular. In the intracellular process, the synthesis of the silver nanoparticle is take place inside of the bacterial cells. In this case, we need a metal-resistant bacteria, because during the process of synthesis, we apply the high concentration of the metal around in this environment. However, we need an additional step to collect the synthesis of nanoparticle inside from the cell, such as by using sonication. In other way, we can also synthesize of silver nanoparticle by using extracellular. In this case, the cell mass of the bacteria is removed, and we use cell-free supernatant. And in this case, we can use the intracellular or extracellular cell-free supernatant, and no need additional step to collect the synthesis of silver nanoparticle. Therefore, this way, the extracellular synthesis is more easy compared to the intracellular synthesis. Now, based on my experience, I try to synthesize of silver nanoparticle by using Streptomyces SSUT88A. I try to synthesize by using two different cell-free supernatant. The first one is extracellular. I got the extracellular cell-free supernatant by incubate the Streptomyces sample on ISP2 medium and incubate it for 4 days, and then I collect the supernatant as extracellular supernatant. On the other hand, the cell mass from this experiment, I wash it by using DI water and incubate it in sterile DI water for 24 hours to allow the biological molecule from inside of the cell to be released to the DI water, and I use the cell-free supernatant as an intracellular supernatant. Both of supernatant I mix with the 1 millimolar of silver nitrate as a precursor of silver nanoparticle and incubate it at 37 degrees Celsius for 5 days. The synthesis of silver nanoparticle were characterized using many methods, many ways, such as UV spectrophotometer, TEM, EDXRF, XRD, and XAS, FTIR, and Z-size. Based on the result, after incubate the cell-free supernatant with silver nitrate, they are color changed from the yellow to the brown, because this is the surface plasmon resonance of the silver nanoparticle. If we prove by using UV spectrophotometer, it exhibits the maximum peak for intracellular silver nanoparticle 480 nanometer, and for extracellular silver nanoparticle 422. The surface plasmon resonance of silver nanoparticle are in between 380 to 450 nanometer. So the maximum absorbent in between 380 to 450 are belong to silver nanoparticle. And then we continue for the characterization by measuring the zeta potential, because the zeta potential is an important to know the stability of the nanoparticle. A stable nanoparticle show the zeta potential more than plus 30 millivolt or less than minus 30. If we see the result, the intracellular silver nanoparticle is more stable compared to the extracellular. And then for the next characterization by using X-ray diffraction, in this case, the silver nanoparticle has signature diffraction peak that correspond to the 111, 200, 220, and 331 of a center cubic structure of metallic silver. And then the silver nanoparticle were then characterized by using X-ray absorption spectroscopy to know the chemical state of the element, because in this case, I would like to know that all of the silver nitrate or silver ion that used as a starter material precursor has been reduced or has been completely reduced to silver nitrate. In this case, I use silver nitrate as a control for silver ion and silver nanopowder from Sigma as a control for silver nanoparticle. And both of my silver nanoparticle samples exhibit a XAS spectra that's similar to silver nanopowder. Therefore, it can be concluded that both of my silver nanoparticle are all of the sample is in the nano state, not in the ion state. And then the FTIR was used to identify the biological molecule that involved in the process of the reduction and stabilization of the silver nanoparticle, because this capping or stabilization agent can prevent the particle from aggregation. So it can enhance the stability. And from this observation, the amine group from the protein are involved in the reduction and capping agent. It was similar by report of Mohammadin at 2015 by using Streptomyces fluoridiastaticus SSHH1 to synthesize of silver nanoparticle, that the percent of amine group are involved in this synthesis. And then I also identify the component of the synthesized silver nanoparticle. It can show that the spectrum of the silver appear in between 3 to 4 kilovolt that indicate the signal for metallic silver, and other components such as carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen is also appear that it might be come from the protein or enzyme in the cell-free supernatant. And then for
we have 5 minutes left.
Okay. For the characterization, I also observe the morphology by using TEM. It showed that the both of silver nanoparticle are in spherical shape with the diameter is 19.57 for intracellular and 30.47 for extracellular. And also I continue to test their antimicrobial activity against clinical drug-resistant pathogen that I got it from the Suranari University of Technology Hospital. In this case, the intracellular silver nanoparticle show an antimicrobial activity against all of tested bacteria. However, for extracellular, it has only antimicrobial activity against MRSA. However, this activity, it also might come from the cell-free supernatant that remain in the mixture. Therefore, we can conclude that the intracellular the antimicrobial activity of intracellular silver nanoparticle comes from the silver nanoparticle. Why the antimicrobial activity in this case are different? Because we use different biological molecule for synthesis, and also if we remember to the previous slide, the size of the intracellular silver nanoparticle is smaller than extracellular nanoparticle. And there are many theory and explanation that propose for the mechanism of antimicrobial action of silver nanoparticle. The first one, the silver nanoparticle can inhibit the cell wall synthesis, and also it can cause the structural change in the cell membrane permeability that leading to the cell die. And then also the silver nanoparticle can increase the generation of free radical or reactive oxygen species. Moreover, the silver nanoparticle can interfere with the cell signaling that can ultimately lead to the cell die. Another mechanism for the antimicrobial activity, the silver nanoparticle can also inhibit the biofilm formation, as we know that biofilm is one of mechanism of the bacteria to survive under the antibiotic or under the unwanted environment. Therefore, this one is the example of many metal nanoparticle that used to test for their antimicrobial activity. So many mechanisms involved in here, such as for damage the bacterial cell wall, oxidative damage by creating reactive oxygen species, and then DNA degradation, enzyme inhibition, and other mechanisms. So for the conclusion, we can conclude that the resistance to antimicrobial agent has become a major source of morbidity and mortality around the world. Therefore, by understanding the mechanism of the antimicrobial resistance, we can develop the new antimicrobial drug or other strategy to overcome with this problem. One of the approach that can be used is by using nanotechnology, because this technology not only can be used to combat the bacteria, but it also can act as a nano carrier for antibiotic or other natural antimicrobial agent. Green synthesis of silver nanoparticle is provide a cost-effective, eco-friendly, and easy to scale up. And also, the green synthesized silver nanoparticle can be used as a promising of antimicrobial agent, especially for multi-drug resistant pathogen. However, the use of nanomaterial for the application in human, we still present a challenge to therapy and need more research to overcome this, especially for the safety to human and also environment. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, what a wonderful explanation, Miss Aliatur Rashida, PhD. Thank you very much for Professor Komsaks and Miss Aliatur for giving us such an informative and wonderful presentation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are come to the question and answer session. And we already have in a chat room, I think. First is from Miss Juwita. Miss Juwita, a question for Professor Simsurin.
Okay, so thank you very much for your question, Miss Juwita Sali. Okay, if I pronounce correctly your name. So actually when I read, when I read through the question, so honestly, I think who can answer this? I think the physical therapist in ergonomic or the community field can help to answer this question probably better than me. I think because my field is focusing on orthopedic and sport physical therapy. But the quick suggestion I would I would suggest you to think about nowadays, mostly the people spend a lot of time on the working space, and they usually spend a lot of time with stay still and fall in the inactive situation. So I think if you would like to think about an innovative idea for provide the better solution or provide the better rehabilitation program, I would suggest you to to do the research about the physical activity and behavioral medicine or behavioral adjustment. And then you can merge your expertise with the exercise program or therapy exercise and modify to the program and create the new program and apply for the people in community or in the working place. That's my idea.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And then
so
for the second question, maybe, sir, I have two questions. Yes.
For the second question also, I think let's do the research about the how the exercise can promote or can prevent the osteoporosis or can prevent the musculoskeletal problem. Yeah, in my opinion, I still believe exercise is medicine. Exercise is medicine, and also as a physical therapist, you know how to prescribe the appropriate exercise for every group of patients: pediatric, geriatric, women, DM people, or athletes with some kind of disability. I think you can prescribe the specific exercise for specific target population. Yeah, that's my idea. That's the key.
Thank you for your recommendation, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay.
Thank you, Professor. Okay, maybe we can move to next question,
Yeah,
Professor,
okay.
from Miss Purnia Putri.
Yeah, okay. So hi, Miss Kurnia Putri. Okay, for your question, as I understand your question, you're asking about my slide. In one slide, I say limitation of the translate or transfer the finding from the laboratory to the clinical practice. But actually, my meaning is the finding of some study. We need to interpret carefully when we are going to apply in our clinical field, such as my field. Mostly, I study to see the risk of ACL injury. I ask the athlete running in the laboratory, right? In the laboratory, and I use the motion analysis to capture the movement and seeing is there any valgus motion. Okay, but please code in your mind that the finding of the study, I asked the athlete running in the lab, which is environment is totally different in the real situation or in the real life, because actually the soccer player or athlete, they play or they move in sport field, right? So it's quite different environment between in the laboratory and in the sport field. So when you interpret the finding or the result from the laboratory evidence to the real situation, we need to code in mind, okay, this is the result from the lab. Maybe we cannot rely on 100% from the result from the lab, and you expect to see as the same as to the clinical field. This is my point. Okay, it doesn't mean you cannot use the result from the laboratory study to the clinical field. You can use it, you can apply it, but you need to keep in mind, okay, is there any limitation from the study that we need to interpret carefully when we apply in the real world, something like that. And also, I think you the concept of applying the translation research or science to the clinical practice be based on the keyword of evidence-based practice. That is my point. And also, I think when we translate the evidence, science evidence to the clinical practice, the clinician or the reader need to have the research skill as well. Because once you read the science article, it doesn't mean you cannot believe 100% from the science. You need to interpret carefully, and you need to do the critical appraisal as well of the science before you bring the result to the real world. Okay. That's hopefully I answer my question, your question.
Thank you very much, Professor. Maybe one more question is okay, Prof?
Yeah, the last question. So I'm gonna pick the okay.
Yes, this is from Verina, a student of physiotherapy of UMM, Professor.
Hi, okay, thank you for your question. So as I understand your question, if you already have the product, innovation product, and you start with the step of bring it to community or bring it to commercialization, right, or launch your product. So my suggestion or my experience, I think as we are the physiotherapists, so we cannot do everything by our own. It's like when we have the good idea, we conduct the innovation, and we need to bring it to the market again. Something that I think I would suggest you to have the partner or the connection. Yeah, though in Mahidol University, we have one organization we call the Institute of Innovation and Technology Management. This is the organization. So once I have the innovation product, I'm gonna walk into this organization and talk with the staff over there that, okay, I have this product, so could you help me to commercialize this my product? Because it's very hard for me as a clinician to have the marketing skill, you know, or how can we like a distribute, like I think this need another skill. That's why we need connection. We need the partnership. But if in your organization don't have this kind of partnership, I would suggest you to start with go to any platform that have the platform for you to present your product, such as the conference, something that then you can present your product and someone would like interest your product and then you contribute and share, or seminar in PT community or whatever in the group of the physical therapy, then you have a chance to distribute your product. But anyway, code in your mind, make sure you, make sure you already have or register the IP or intellectual patents before you distribute your information or your product to make your product or your own legal right for you. Because if you don't have this IP and then you distribute your idea, so someone might copy your idea. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for the comprehensive answer. We move to second speaker, Miss Alia. We have, I think, from Miss Virasti is already consists of 3 questions. So yeah.
I can answer it immediately.
Oh, sure, of course.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Ms. Virasti. I would like to answer the first question regarding the use of the nanotechnology. How about the safety concern of the silver residue in human? I would like to highlight the toxicity of the silver nanoparticle itself. The silver in the nano state is highly toxic, even in the healthy cell. Therefore, for the application in human, we have to modify the surface or the structure of the nanoparticle to be specific to the bacterial cell. If it applied in the as antimicrobial agent, on other applications such as for anti-cancer therapy, we can modify also to be specific in cancer cell by using specific ligand. And about the residue in human, especially the silver, will be absorbed in human body, and it might enter the systemic circulation and will be eliminated in the liver and kidney. And the metabolism of silver itself is modulated by induction and binding to one metallothionein, if I'm not wrong. And therefore, the use of silver in human it's quite safe if we can prepare it in proper condition. For the third question, if we face aggregation on the formula of silver nanoparticle, is there any formula? Is there anything that we can do to fix the formula? Actually, during the synthesis process, we need an optimization process by variate in the pH, temperature, and then the concentration of the precursor of silver and the ratio of silver nitrate and sulfuric supernatant. By this optimization, we can get the silver nanoparticle in the stable state, something like that. And for the second, I want to ask whether any other way to improve the activity of antimicrobial activity from supernatant. It means that the antimicrobial activity from the Streptomyces itself, right? For the antimicrobial activity, during the screening process, we can looking for we can optimize the condition of the sulfuric supernatant. Basically, when we use the Streptomyces sulfuric supernatant, we never use sulfuric supernatant for the antimicrobial activity, but we extract it. We extract the silver nanoparticle. The Streptomyces, and then we use this extract to test with the bacteria. And then we have to optimize the growth condition of this bacteria or this Streptomyces to be optimum to release the compound that has an antimicrobial activity, something like that. Bu Sandy.
Okay, thank you, Miss Aliato, for the answer. Maybe one last question. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, it's okay.
It's from Miss Raditya.
Aditya.
I think the last question.
We know that one of the challenges of nanotechnology application is the mass commercial production. It's expensive or need high technology. For the green synthesis of silver nanoparticle or green synthesis, any metal nanoparticle is not expensive compared to the chemical and physical. And if we use the bacteria, especially, bacteria is easy to manipulate, easy to grow. So we can, if we already got the optimum condition for the synthesis, it will be easy to apply in the industry because the green synthesis of nanoparticle is quite inexpensive and easy to conduct, something like that, Bu Sandy.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Aliatur. Thank you, Prof. Kamsak, for a wonderful answer. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we are come to the last agenda. You would like to say thank you very much for two speakers for amazing sharing and all of the audience for active participant. Please applause for us. Okay, let me take conclusion of our discussion today that for first, the transition of research in physical therapy may not be as many as other health measures when we talk about research from bench to bedside. However, from Professor talk, I understood that the innovation now going to the needs in the industrial era. That means utilizing technology such as a great idea. Nonetheless, the limitations should be considered, such as the cost and the skill. Even so, the engagement of small improvement may impact a better outcome in further. And from a second speaker, we need a fabulous and sustainable effort to combat antibiotic resistance, especially reduce the inappropriate usage. And one of The method that we can use is the nanotechnology using nanomaterial, which is from a metal or natural material. This is effective against bacteria in combating multi-drug resistant bacteria. However, the green synthesis has a limitation in environmental issue. So we need more research to overcome this. Thank you very much. Here is our appreciation to our two speakers. So next, my apologize for shortcoming and mistaken while guiding the session. Keep happy and healthy, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We give time back to the Miss Sydney.
Thank you to Professor Komsak Simsurin, Ms. Aliatul Rashida, PhD, and also Mrs. Sandy for a great presentation and also interactive discussion from participants. So before we move to the next session, we will take a picture of our speaker and also moderator. So to our speaker, moderator, and also participant, please open your camera and please do the committee to capture the screen. I will count from 3, 2, 1. Okay. Once again, in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you for all speaker, moderator, and also participant. After this, we will have a break for duhur prayer and also lunch break. And for the participant, please don't go anywhere because after the break, we have the interesting of parallel session. So don't go anywhere. See you in the oral presentation session at 12:30.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Alia
See you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama, Prof.
Sama-sama, Prof. Thank you very much for your time.
Spend 24 hours and more hours with you. You spend a weekend getting even. Ooh, we spend a late nights making things right between us. But now this all good, babe. Roll that back good, babe, and play me close. 'Cause girls like you run around with guys like me just and die. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Girls like you love funny, yeah, me too, that I want. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah. I spent a last night on a last flight to you. Took a whole day out trying to get wake up, ooh. We spent a daylight trying to make things right between us. And now this all good, babe. Roll that back good, babe, and play me close. 'Cause girls like you run around with guys like me just and die. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Girls like you love funny, yeah, me too, that I want. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Maybe I'm sick for defy. Maybe I'm buried alive. Maybe you're taking my shot for the last time, yeah. Maybe I know that I'm drunk. Maybe I know you're the one. Maybe I'm thinking it's better if you drive. 'Cause girls like you run around with guys like me just and die. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Girls like you love funny, yeah, me too, that I want. When I come through, I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah. I need a girl like you, yeah, yeah.
Can I call you baby? Can you be my friend? Can you be my lover up until the very end? Let me show you love, oh no pretend. Stick by my side even when the world is caving in. Whoa, don't you worry, I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. If you stay forever, let me hold your hand. I can feel those places in your heart, no else can. Let me show you love, oh no pretend. I'll be right here, baby, you know it's sink or swim. Whoa, don't you worry, I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my word. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. I need somebody who can love me at my word. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth.
Do you love the rain? Does it make you dance when you're drunk with your friends at a party? What's your favorite song? Does it make you smile? Do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me what are you dreaming? Everything I wanna know it all. I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn the sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love you. Do you miss the road that you grew up on? Did you get your middle name from your grandma? When you think about you forever now, do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me what are you dreaming? Everything I wanna know it all. I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn the sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you. Ooh, want the good and the bad, everything in between. Ooh, gotta cure my curiosity. Oh yeah, I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. 10,000 if that's what it takes to learn the sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna love you.
Baby, take my hand, girl, I want to be your husband. 'Cause I'm your Iron Man, and I love you 3,000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. You see me standing there, in my hug underwear, and all you can think is where is the ring? 'Cause you know I wanna ask, scared the moment will pass. You can see it in my eyes, just take you by surprise. And all your friends friends, they tell you they see I'm planning to get on one knee, but you want it to be out of the blue. I'll make sure you have no clue when I ask, baby, take my hand. Girl, I want to be your husband, 'cause I'm your Iron Man, and I love you 3,000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Yeah. Now we're having dinner, and baby, I'm your winner. I see the way you smile, you're thinking about that I'll reach in my pocket. Emotions are locking, and before I could ask, you answer too fast. And all your friends, they tell you they see I'm planning to get on one knee. So now I can't stop thinking about you. You figured out all the clues, so now you ask, baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3,000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want it to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Ba-da-ba-da-da-dum. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-ba-da-da-dum. No spoilers, please. Baby, take my hand. Girl, I want to be your husband, 'cause I'm your Iron Man, and I love you 3,000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want it to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Baby, no spoilers, please. No spoilers, please. And I love you 3,000.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Third Health Science International Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Third Health Science International Conference. Now we are going to have an oral presentation, and the participants will be divided into 5 breakout rooms, and each breakout room there will be one moderator for you. This oral presentation will finish for approximately 2 hours, and after each breakout room presentation ends, the participant allowed to back and join the main room for announcement of best paper and best presenter award. The committee will also help you to enter each room, so good luck to you all, and see you again in the next 2 hours.
Bayangin staycation ala Bali, di villa punyanya WMM dan di
This time I feel there's no one to save me. This all and nothing really got away, you're driving me crazy. I need somebody to hear, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I'm going under, and this time I feel there's no one to turn to. This all and nothing way of loving, go be sleeping without you. Now I need somebody to know, somebody to hear, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you help me escape. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved, and I tend to close my eyes when it hurts. Sometimes I fall into your arms. I'll be safe in your soul till I come back around. For now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love, but now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I fell by the wayside like everyone else. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, but I was just kidding myself. Our every moment I started a place, 'cause now that they're gone, all I hear were the words that I needed to say. When you hurt under the surface, like troubled water running cold. Well, time can heal, but this won't. So before you go, was there something I could have said to make your heart beat better? If only I'd have known you were the storm to weather. So before you go, was there something I could have said to make it all stop hurting? It kills me how your mind can make you feel so worthless. So before you go, was never the right time, whenever you're cold. Went little by little by little until there was nothing at all. Our every moment I started to play, but all I can think about is seeing that look on your face. When you hurt under the surface, like troubled water running cold. Well, time can heal, but this won't. So before you go, was there something I could have said to make your heart beat better? If only I'd have known you were the If only I'd have known you were the storm to weather. So before you go, was there something I could have said to make it all stop hurting? It kills me how your mind can make you feel so worthless. So before you go. I'm going on during this time. I feel there's no one to save me. I'm waiting up, saving all my precious time, losing light. I'm missing my same old us before we learned our truth too late. Resigned to fade, fading away. So tell me, can you turn around? I need someone to tear me down. Or tell me, can you turn around? But either way, hold me while you wait. I wish that I was good enough. If only I could wake you up. My love, my love, my love, my love. Won't you stay away? Tell me more. Tell me something I don't. Did we come close to having it all? If you're gonna waste my time, let's waste it right and hold me while you wait. I wish that I was good enough. If only I could wake you up. My love, my love, my love, my love. Won't you stay? This is me, this is all we need. Is it true? My faith is shaken, but I still believe. This is you, this is me, this is all we need. So won't you stay and hold me while you wait? I wish that I was good enough. If only I could wake you up. My love, my love, my love, my love. Won't you stay away? I wish you cared a little more. I wish you told me this before. My love, my love, my love. I don't know how we got to where we are. So far removed, I don't know where to start. 'Cause I've been away for far too long, but I implore you, please hold on. I beg you, please hold on. Love don't come easy to us, and it's killing me to hang on and hope it's enough. So I was just wondering, could you tell me, is it all a waste of time? Are you leaving my love behind? Baby, say the word and let me know. You gotta give me something. I swear that I will try to change your mind if you're leaving my love behind. Baby, say the word and let me go. We used to wait up and talk for hours on end, and it's got me thinking that lately something's changed. 'Cause I've been feeling you leaving cracks in conversations way too long. I'm barely holding on. Love don't come easy to us, and it's killing me to hang on and hope it's enough. So I was just wondering, could you tell me, is it all a waste of time? Are you leaving my love behind? Baby, say the word and let me know. You gotta give me something. I swear that I will try to change your mind if you're leaving my love behind. Baby, say the word and let me go. Just let me go. Let me go. Just let me go. Just let me go. Baby, say the word and let me go. 'Cause I was just wondering, could you tell me, is it all a waste of time? Are you leaving my love behind? Baby, say the word and let me know. You gotta give me something. I swear that I would try to change your mind if you're leaving my love behind. Baby, say the word and let me go. Just let me go. Just let me go. Baby, say the word and let me go. Caught me off guard. I wish that I'd been sober. Still, here we are, back in Hanover 99. Just like old times all over. Under the exit lights, as beautiful as ever. I really wish that I dressed up a little better. No regrets is what we say. We can't go back again, darling. Nobody said that it would last forever. That doesn't mean we didn't try to get there. I never said that we would die together. That doesn't mean it was a lie. Remember, nobody said that it would last forever. Head in my hands, cold coffee on the table. Wish you the best. I would if I was able. Morning light, it stings a little. Out of my mind, I don't remember calling. Had too much tonic wine Sometimes it does the talking home. You know, I wish you all the love you're looking for. Darling, nobody said that it would last forever. That doesn't mean we didn't try to get there. I never said that we would die together. That doesn't mean it was a lie. Remember, nobody said that it would last forever. Forever. Nobody said that it would last forever. That doesn't mean we didn't try to get there. I never said that we would die together. That doesn't mean it was a lie. They'll never take those long summer days when love was untamed, so burning hearts are dead to break. Remember, nobody said that it would last forever. I can't seem to drown you out long enough. I fell victim to the sound of your love. You're like a song that I ain't ready to stop. I got nothing but you on my mind. I'm not ready to be just another of your mistakes. Don't wanna let the pieces fall out of place. I was only just a breath removed from going to waste, till I found salvation in the form of your grace, your grace, your grace. Don't take it away, your grace, your grace, your grace. Don't take it away. On the verge of almost bleeding you out. Are we too wounded now to ever come down? Oh, how I long for us to find common ground. I got nothing but you on my mind. I'm not ready to be just another of your mistakes. Don't wanna let the pieces fall out of place. I was only just a breath removed from going to waste, till I found salvation in the form of your grace, your grace, your grace. Don't take it away, your grace, your grace, your grace. Don't take it way too close to color your comfort. Oh, just but kept undercover. Way too close to color your comfort. Oh, just but kept undercover. Your grace, your grace, your grace. Don't take it away. Don't wanna let the pieces fall out of place. Well, I found salvation in the form of your grace, your grace, your grace. Don't take it away, your grace, your grace, your grace. take it away. Black and white. Try to keep an open mind, but I just can't sleep on this tonight. Stop this train, I wanna get off and go home again. I can't take the speed it's moving in. I know I can't, but honestly, won't someone stop this train? Don't know how else to say it. Don't wanna see my parents go. One generation's length away from fighting life out on my own. Stop this train, I wanna get off and go home again. I can't take the speed it's moving in. I know I can't, but honestly, won't someone stop this train? So scared of getting older, I'm only good at being young. So I play the numbers game to find a way to say that life has just begun. Had a talk with my old man, said help me understand. He said turn 68, negotiate, don't stop this train. Don't for a minute change the place you're in. And don't think I couldn't ever understand. I tried my hand, tried honestly. We'll never stop this train. Stop this train, I wanna get off and go home again. I can't take the speed it's moving in. I know I can't, 'cause now I see I'll never stop this train. I hate to see you cry, lying there in that position. There's things you need to hear, so turn off your tears and listen. Pain throws your heart to the ground. Love turns the whole thing around. No, it won't all go the way it should, but I know the heart of life is good. It's nothing new. Bad news never had good timing. But then the circle of your friends will defend the silver lining. Pain throws your heart to the ground. Love turns the whole thing around. No, it won't all go the way it should, but I know the heart of life is good. Love turns the whole thing around. Fear is a friend who's misunderstood, but I know the heart of life is good. I know it's good. Know a girl, she puts the color inside of my world. But she's just like a maze, where all of the walls are continually change. And I've done all I can to stand on the steps with my heart in my hand. Now I'm starting to see, maybe it's got nothing to do with me. Fathers, be good to your daughters. Daughters will love like you do. Girls become lovers who turn into mothers. So mothers, be good to your daughters too. Oh, you see that skin? It's the same she's been standing in since the day she saw him walking away. Now she's left cleaning up the mess he made. So fathers, be good to your daughters. Daughters will love like you do. Girls become lovers who turn into mothers. So mothers, be good to your daughters too. Boys, you can break. You find out how much they can take. Boys will be strong and boys soldier on. But boys would be gone without one from a woman's good heart. On behalf of every man, looking out for every girl, you are the God and the weight of her world. So fathers, be good to your daughters. Daughters will love like you do. Girls become lovers who turn into mothers. So mothers, be good to your daughters too. So mothers, be good to your daughters too. So mothers, be good to your daughters too. I'm driving up 85 in the kind of morning that lasts all afternoon. I'm just stuck inside the gloom. 4 more exits to my apartment, but I am tempted to keep the car and drive and leave it all behind. 'Cause I wonder sometimes about the outcome of a still verdictless life. Am I living it right? Am I living it right? Am I living it right? Why, Georgia, why? I rent a room and I fill the spaces with word and places to make it feel like home. But all I feel's alone. It might be a quarter-life crisis, or just a stirring in my soul. Either way, I wonder sometimes about the outcome of a still verdictless life. Am I living it right? Am I living it right? Am I living it right? Why, Georgia, why? So what? So I've got a smile on, but it's hiding the quiet superstitions in my head. Don't believe me. just a stranger, but that's the danger in going my own way. I guess it's the price I have to pay. Still, everything happens for a reason. Is no reason not to ask myself if I am living it right. Am I living it right? Am I living it right? Why? Tell me why. Georgia, why? Now that we are over as the loving kind, we'll be dreaming ways to keep the good alive. Only when we want is not a compromise. I'd be pouring tears into your drying eyes. Friends, lovers, or nothing. There can only be one. Friends, lovers, or nothing. There'll never be an in between. So give it up. You whisper, come on over, 'cause you're 2 drinks in. But in the morning I will say goodbye again. Think we'll never fall into a jealous game. The streets are flooded with blood of those who felt the same. Friends, lovers, or nothing. There can only be one. Friends, lovers, or nothing. There'll never be an in between. So give it up. Friends, lovers, or nothing. We can really only ever be one. Friends, lovers, or nothing. Will never be the in between. So give it up. Will never be the in between. So give it up.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to all participants. Thank you for the excitement of the participant and also oral presenter. Now the moment that we are waiting is coming. The agenda is announcement of the best paper and also best presenter. The announcement and also closing remarks both will be delivered by the first 5 dean of Health Science Faculty. So, to the Honorable Mrs. Henny Dwi Susanti, PhD, time is yours.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lubis. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before I continue the closing remarks, please let me announce the nominee for the best paper and best presenter. Are you ready, guys? Okay, I think you all of you ready. The third best paper, Nungki from the University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Give applause, please. And then Yeni Oktivasari from Universitas Muhammadiyah Banjarmasin. Endang Sri Dewi Hastuti Suryandari from Polkesma. For the best presenter, Dian Ermawati from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Give applause, please. Muhammad Anwari from Universitas Muhammadiyah Banjarmasin. And the best presenter, firstly, can you guys? Hartati from Polkesma. Congratulations once again for the best paper and best presenter. On behalf of Faculty of Health Science, University of Muhammadiyah Malang and the organizing committee, I'm delighted to deliver this closing remarks on the success of the third Health Science International Conference, which were held virtually. The committee successfully hosted the event as a plenary. Breakout session and all presentation were provided with minimum technical issues. I believe that during this day, we have all had insightful, interactive discussion and great chance to share the outcome of our research. Finally, I would like to thank for keynote speakers who shared their valuable experience at the plenary session, all the presenters, all the authors, reviewers, and all participants who have contributed their best efforts and assistance in organizing the event and ensuring the success of it. I do hope that the third Health Science International Conference 2022 is able to impact all of us to greatly foster and empower the society through innovation in health practice, education, and research. To conclude, thank you for the great contribution and looking forward to seeing you in the next fourth Health Science International Conference. May God protect and bless us abundantly. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mrs. Henny Dwi Susanti, PhD. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the committee, we would like to thank our deepest gratitude to all the speaker, participant, and also oral presenter for making this event success. We would like to apologize for any mistake during this event. And we are looking forward to meet you in the fourth Health Science International Conference, maybe in the next week. Next week? No, next year. Okay. Yeah, next year. So let's end this event by saying Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Okay, billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care and success. Thank you very much, everyone.
Next.
Menjadi hebat itu tak hanya berwawasan luas, tapi juga memberi makna. Suasana belajar yang penuh motivasi dan prestasi membuatku makin yakin, inilah aku dan inspirasiku.
Di sini, kamu ditempa menjadi pribadi hebat dan bermanfaat.
Di sini, aku hadir bersama mimpi-mimpiku, melangkah satu demi satu untuk masa depan. Suasana Malang Raya yang sejuk dan nyaman menjadi tempat yang sempurna untuk belajar, berproses, dan menempa diri. Siapapun akan jatuh hati pada kota ini. Impian para pelajar dari berbagai budaya dan negara. Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang diberkahi puja-puji keindahan alam. Kampus ini penuh prestasi, tak heran pengakuan dari berbagai lembaga, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional, tak henti-hentinya diraih. Mulai dari akreditasi institusi dengan nilai A dari BAN PT, hingga anugerah kampus unggul dari Dikti Wilayah 7 Jawa Timur sebagai kampus paling unggul 11 kali berturut-turut. Di tingkat global, tak kalah hebatnya, UMM 2 kali meraih ASEAN Energy Award, apalagi pada tahun 2010 sampai 2011, UMM juga mendapat predikat bintang 2 dari lembaga bereputasi internasional QS Stars World University Ranking. UMM juga sudah menjadi Associate Member AUNQA, Asosiasi Universitas ASEAN. Mahasiswa UMM sangat beragam. Mereka berasal dari berbagai penjuru tanah air dan mancanegara. Ada 11 fakultas dan 57 program studi yang dimiliki UMM, mulai dari diploma, sarjana, hingga master, dan doktor. Bahkan sudah ada 4 program studi yang terakreditasi dan tersertifikasi internasional oleh AUNQA. Pilihan program dan program studi yang ada di kampus ini seperti Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Pertanian dan Peternakan, Fakultas Hukum, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Kedokteran, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Program Magister, dan Doktor. Setiap fakultas dan program studi punya sarana laboratorium yang sangat lengkap. Semuanya terpusat dengan Laboratorium Sentral UMM. Laboratoriumnya juga sudah teruji karena telah meraih ISO dari Komite Akreditasi Nasional atau KAN dan berkualifikasi melakukan uji laboratorium untuk pihak luar, baik perusahaan maupun perguruan tinggi lain. Selain fasilitas akademik, UMN juga punya banyak unit usaha yang bisa menjadi income center bagi universitas. Berkat unit-unit usaha itulah, biaya operasional kampus tak hanya tergantung pada dana dari mahasiswa saja. Ada UMM Dom, UMM Hospital, Rumah Sakit Surya Medika Sumbawa, SPBU UMM, bengkel motor dan mobil UMM, Micro Hydro Power Plant, Apartemen Sang Surya UMM, BPR Rinjani UMM, Pusat Produksi Pertanian UMM Farm, Taman Rekreasi Sengkaling UMM, Race Hotel UMM, serta Kapal Garden Hotel UMM. Semua unit usaha ini juga jadi laboratorium terapan, sehingga iklim kewirausahaan mahasiswa jadi lebih terasa. Reputasi internasional juga menjadi salah satu kebanggaan kampus ini. Ada banyak kerjasama internasional yang rutin dilakukan UMM, seminar, konferensi, penelitian, hingga pertukaran mahasiswa, staf, dan dosen dengan banyak sekali universitas dan lembaga dari luar negeri. Sampai saat ini ada 111 perguruan tinggi maupun lembaga pemerintah dan non-pemerintah dari 31 negara di dunia yang telah berkolaborasi dengan UMM. Di antaranya yaitu konsorsium 22 universitas di Australia melalui The Australian Consortium for In-Country Indonesian Studies, konsorsium 33 universitas di Asia dan Eropa dalam program Erasmus Plus Komisi Uni Eropa, US Peace Corps, Akademi Al-Haramain Saudi Arabia, Korea Energy Economics Institute, Kemco Korea, Temasek Foundation, Confucius Institute Tiongkok, juga Sakura Foundation Jepang. Mahasiswa dan dosen UMM juga terbiasa kreatif dalam mengembangkan riset dan berkarya untuk pengabdian masyarakat. Semangat berkarya dan berkreasi ini menjadi motivasi mahasiswa ilmu komunikasi UMM sehingga berhasil menyulap Kampung Kumuh Jodipan menjadi kawasan kampung warna-warni yang terkenal hingga ke mancanegara. Juga Kampung Hijau Tempenosaurus di Desa Beji yang memperoleh pengakuan dari Museum Rekor Indonesia, MURI. Hebatnya lagi, selama 3 kali beruntun, tim robotik mahasiswa UMM memenangkan kontes robot internasional di Amerika Serikat. UMM juga dikenal sebagai kampus mandiri energi. Lebih dari 1 dekade lalu, UMM sudah memiliki pembangkit listrik tenaga mikrohidro atau PLTMH. Karena sukses diterapkan di kampus, konsep ini kemudian diaplikasikan lebih luas dengan membangun PLTMH Sumber Maron di Desa Karangsuko, Kabupaten Malang, dan kawasan wisata Bunpring. Program ini sukses membuat lebih dari 4.000 sambungan listrik terpasang ke rumah warga. Sukses berawal dari keberanian bermimpi dan melangkah untuk perubahan. Langkah kakimu hari ini akan menentukan kiprahmu di masa depan. Menjadi mahasiswa yang siap berkarya dan mengabdi bagi bangsa. Students today, leaders tomorrow.